Chapter 645. Hotel. At 2:00 in the afternoon, Qinze was lying on the big bed in the hotel, staring at the ceiling in a daze. Wang Zijin was sitting on the edge of the bed, dressed in an office lady's suit. Her hair was wet. She was pulling up her stockings, flesh-colored, covering her white feet, slowly going up, wrapping her bare feet, wrapped her slender calves, and then her round thighs. I remember there is a kind of stocking that is worn around the waist, Qinze said. In the indescribable anime, you can often see that kind of stocking, but it seems that you have never seen it in reality, so Qinze can't name it. You're talking about the garter. Wang Zijin put the stockings on the bed and carefully flattened the wrinkles on the skirt. Yes, Qinze said, but I don't think I saw you and your sister buy that kind. The little sister with the garter is the most attractive. It's understandable that you know I don't have it, but how do you know your sister doesn't? Wang Zijin squinted at him. Didn't I wash your clothes? Qinze rolled his eyes. They had just finished their tryst, and 3 days had passed since the recording of Super Brain. Wang Zijin was never willing to discuss the plan to have a baby with him at home. She always felt that there was a thorn in her heart. She had no choice but to book a room in a hotel near the company, and then Qinze held her and rocked the bed together, rocking and rocking until they reached Grandma Bridge. It was as if they were a golden couple. Unlike Suyu, Wang Zijin asked to wear a work hat because she was not prepared to be frightened. Perhaps it has something to do with her lack of emotional experience. She just got a boyfriend and was in the period of love. Suddenly, she became a mother. She really couldn't adapt. Suyu is different. Suyu is 2 years older than her. At this age, it's time to have a baby. Time is not waiting for her. Nowadays, it's the most common idea to get married at 25 and have children the next year. In first-tier cities like Shanghai, it can be 2 or 3 years later. Wang Zijin tidied up her dress, shed her lazy and coquettish, and restored her ability and gentleness. Suddenly, she fell into Qinze's arms and said, I'm so tired, I want to sleep, I don't want to go to work. This combat power was worse than Suyu. Suyu could bear it for more than an hour, but Wang Zijin couldn't. She couldn't bear it in half an hour. She had to slow down first. Although they were both exercises, exercising on the bed was different from exercising under the bed. Both would make people pant and their legs go soft. Then I'll call the front desk and ask them to extend the hourly room to 1 day. Let's sleep here for a while. Qinze stroked her hair. To be able to steal half a day of leisure. Wang Zijin smiled sweetly. She curled up in Qinze's arms like a cat. Qinze chuckled and reached out to unbutton her chest. Wang Zijin hurriedly pressed down. If you do this, I will go back to the company. Sigh. Hei's king, who had yet to enjoy himself, sighed. Wang Zijin looked at him. Qinze said, should I buy another girlfriend in the future? The inflatable kind. Wang Zijin gave him a coquettish supercilious look. Since she was going to sleep, she took off her clothes after all. Qinze didn't go crazy. At most, he was just addicted to it. In fact, young people nowadays had a wrong understanding that the longer the time, the happier the woman would be. Nonsense, 10 minutes was enough. After a long time, the girlfriend would feel that the gaming experience was extremely bad. She would be grumpy and even kick you away. However, for the majority of men who only had 5 seconds, 10 minutes was a great challenge. Whether it was Suyu or Wang Zijin, Qinze was always in the process of rocking. Intermission. How's the company? Qinze asked. Oh, you still remember to ask about the company's situation. Wang Zijin was full of resentment. Qinze could help Tianfang and Baoze. Only her amethyst technology was ignored by Qinze, which made Wang Zijin feel like an orphan. I don't understand. It's not the right profession. Qinze shrugged. But you should ask the programmer to work harder. The first batch of VR equipment will be on the market soon. Soon, which was within half a year. With the blueprint, he could do whatever he wanted and shorten the long research and development process. I want virtual reality games to break through the single-player model. Bragging. There will be such a day. It can't be now, but it doesn't mean it can't be in the future. When the time comes, your Amethyst will become a world-famous technology company. Yes, this is a good picture. I'll eat it first as a toast. As they chatted, Wang Zijin's voice gradually lowered. She closed her eyes and fell asleep. Qin Zhe didn't feel sleepy at all. He lay in bed and thought a lot until he saw the phone screen light up. His sister's call came in. The phone had long been muted and turned off the vibration. Fortunately, he glanced at the phone. Otherwise, he would have missed his sister's call. He carefully lifted the quilt and tiptoed into the bathroom. A 5-star hotel, the room was big. If he talked in the bathroom, he wouldn't wake Wang Zijin up. Sister. Qin Zhe answered the call. Jiang Qing ran away from home. His sister's tone was full of gossip. Got hit by uncle again? Qin Zhe laughed. Rebellious teenagers were always like this. They thought they had grown up and started to get impatient with their parents nagging. They didn't want to be controlled and thought that if their father hit him again, they would hit him back. They had never experienced the pressure of life, but they felt that life was just like that. They sneered at busy adults and looked down on rich people who drove cars. They liked to sit by the window and pretend to be depressed, as if they were adults with stories and worries. His uncle had a bad temper and would hit him when he was angry. The father and son had often fought. His aunt often lamented that Ace was so obedient, but when it came to her son, he became like this. What a joke. Don't you know how evil your brother is? With the combination of kindness and power, if Qin Zhe could still be rebellious and run away from home, then he would be the reincarnation of Neza. The last time he ran away from home, he even threatened to cut off all ties with his father. Was he playing the same trick again? Oh, no wonder he asked us to borrow money. He wanted to run away from home a long time ago, Qin Zhe said. This is even more interesting. Qin Bao clicked her tongue and said, he didn't borrow money to run away from home. He wanted to abort his girlfriend's child. His sister's tone was quite sad. His cousin, who was almost 9 years younger, almost became a papa. She was still a virgin. Qin Zhe was stunned. If he received this call a year ago, he would have cried until he fainted in the toilet. He would have cried and howled, what use do I have for this iron rod? Mom told me. Qin Bao said, Jiang Qing ran away from home yesterday. Until today, his phone was turned off. We asked around at his relatives and friends' houses but couldn't find him. My aunt called Mom, but Mom said she wasn't home. Then Mom called me. Wait, tell me clearly. Qin Zhe rubbed his temples. Jiang Cheng's girlfriend was in the same school as him. They were in the same grade and class. It was said that she was the prettiest girl in the class. The two of them got together in their first year of high school. It was spring. Spring was the season for animals to mate. They had plenty of pocket money on hand, so they found a youth hotel to experience the adult world. They were young. The boy only knew how to bang, and the girl only knew how to moan. The contraceptive measures were not good enough. Some time ago, the girl found that her period did not come. She checked online and found that she was pregnant. She panicked and felt that the sky was falling. If Qin Zhe knew that Su Yu or Wang Zijin were pregnant, he would be surprised and happy. But for a teenager, his girlfriend's pregnancy was definitely the end of the world. In fact, their relationship was classified as a secret relationship. Because their parents would not allow it, and the school would not allow it. No matter how times changed, the school's attitude in this regard had never changed. Once found, they would be expelled. The girl's pregnancy was not hidden from her parents. Her family exploded at that time. It was such a big matter, and a young lady like her would definitely not be able to keep her mouth shut and reveal everything. The other party's parents were still reasonable and did not make a scene at the school. After all, both parties had to bear the responsibility for this kind of thing. The girl would always be at a disadvantage. They made a scene at Jiang Cheng's house. Then the aunt's house also exploded. So she ran away from home to avoid responsibility? Qin Zhe said. I don't know. That's all I know. Qin Bao Bao's tone was not much worried. Instead, it was full of interest. In this kind of thing, the girl's family was the most troublesome. If this matter is not handled well, it will be very troublesome, Qin Zhe said. Now that she is missing and can't be found, how do we deal with it? Qin Bao Bao said, I heard from Mom that the girl's family is going to call the police. Chapter 646. Call the police? Qin Zhe sneered and said, call the police to arrest Jiang Cheng? The police can't be bothered with this kind of thing. The police had no right to interfere. The other party was not a girl under 14 years old. Although 18 years old was considered an adult, there were many underage expectant mothers. Some were even working as streamers, which led to the trend of underage mothers. Of course, certain streamers were naturally interviewed and criticized. From this, it could be seen that the existence of regulatory authorities was very necessary. The point is not to call the police. It means that the other party is hopping mad and is about to turn hostile, Qin Bao Bao said. Sigh, Jiang Cheng is our cousin. Can you not be so gossipy? Qin Bao Bao, now you are like an auntie who likes to gossip, Qin Zhe said in annoyance. You also know that he is our cousin, not our biological brother. Although this matter is troublesome, boys will not be at a disadvantage. Qin Bao Bao smiled. This was not wrong at all. Indeed, girls were at a disadvantage. Therefore, parents were looking forward to their own pigs eating cabbages while protecting their own cabbages. However, Jiang Cheng's situation was different. Moreover, at his age, he had not reached the age where parents were looking forward to him eating cabbages. Then if I accidentally kill someone, will sister be in a hurry to clean up my mess? Qin Zhe's heart skipped a beat. On the other end of the phone, Qin Bao Bao's tone took a 180-degree turn. She chuckled and said, try it. I have already tried. Qin Zhe muttered in his heart and said, you called me not just to gossip, right? Yes, Mom asked me to inform you to pay attention and see if you can help, sister said. Qin Zhe chuckled and said, she is letting you do it. Aya, A's is a man. You are the pillar of the family. Sister relies on you. Sister can't live without you. Qin Bao Bao kissed him twice on the phone. Sister liked to act pitiful and weak the most. But Qin Zhe just had to fall for it. Mediocre boys yearned to become someone's pillar of support, and his sister had taken advantage of salted fish Zhe's weakness. Just like before, he still fell for this trick. However, the difference was that the Qin Zhe of the past might not have been able to realize his sister's silent trick. After hanging up the phone, Qin Bao Bao called her mother back. Mom, I talked to A's. He'll help. Mom asked you for help. Why are you looking for A's? Qin Mu asked angrily. When it came to matters of the heart, she felt that it was more reliable to look for a daughter. After all, a woman's feelings were more delicate. After all, they were relatives within 3 generations. Qin Ma was still very concerned about this matter, and so was the old man. However, he also felt that he didn't know where to start. I don't know how to deal with it. In my opinion, we should just agree to compensate them, Qin Bao said. You're so useless. Ever since you were young, you've been throwing problems to your brother. What can you do? Qin Ma complained and hung up. Qin Zhe had something to say about whether his sister was capable or not. Qin Bao Bao hung up the phone and wrinkled her nose at the phone. She grabbed the lollipop on the table, tore off the icing, and licked it with relish. If there was a problem, she would definitely throw it to her brother. Men were just puppets. The ones who really controlled society were women. She had understood this principle when she was 16 years old and shook her butt at her brother. In the hotel, Qin Zhe dialed his aunt's number. It rang for a while before it was picked up. Hello, A's. His aunt's side was in a mess. She lowered her voice and said, "Wait a moment." After a few seconds of silence, the noise disappeared. His aunt said, "So annoying. Are the girl's parents still causing trouble at home?" Qinze asked. "Yeah, it's been 2 days." His aunt was exhausted. "Where's uncle?" "He went out to look for Ching Ching. I'm the only one at home." "Then how are we going to deal with this matter? It can't be just cursing at them, right?" Qinze said. Although the people of Shanghai were very particular about using their mouths and not their fists, and every single one of them was an expert in debating with a group of scholars, just cursing on the streets wouldn't solve the problem. For a family, if their underage daughter's belly was swollen by a pig, it was natural for the parents to explode. If this had happened more than a decade ago, Jiang Qing wouldn't have been able to run away from home. His legs would have been broken a long time ago. "Yes, they want compensation," his aunt said. There didn't seem to be a problem. It was only right for them to compensate. Both sides were happy to use this method to solve the problem. "How much do they want?" Qinze asked. He understood his aunt and uncle's character. They were in the wrong in this matter. If the compensation was within an acceptable range, they would have let it go. 5 million. His aunt paused and added, "Or a house." "In your dreams." Qinze sneered. His aunt hesitated and sighed, "They know about our relationship. So they want to extort a sum of money?" "Yes." After thinking for a while, Qinze said, "Aunt, let me come over and talk." "No need, A's. Even if you have money, you can't use it like this." Before his aunt could finish, she realized that Qinze had already hung up. Qinze first called Jiang Qing. Although he couldn't get through, it didn't mean that the other party had turned off his phone. Turning off the phone to calm down was the way adults would do. When faced with trouble, adults did need to calm down because they needed to think of a solution. As for little kids, their experience determined that they didn't have this mentality. At this moment, they might be in airplane mode, discussing life, relationships, and troubles with their best friends. "Where are you? If you don't reply in 5 minutes, I'll kill you." Qinze sent a message to Jiang Qing. The other party held out for 4 minutes and carefully replied, "Outside." Address. There was no reply. Still 5 minutes. 4 minutes later, Jiang Qing shared his location. It was the location of a hotel. "Wait for me." Qinze ended the conversation and wanted to say hello to Wang Zijin. The little sister was really tired. She was snoring softly with her mouth slightly open, which was especially attractive. Qinze stared at her for a moment. Driven by curiosity, he stretched out a finger and slowly put it into Wang Zijin's mouth. In her sleep, Wang Zijin murmured and frowned slightly. Then, his finger entered the warm mouth. It was moist and soft. Wang Zijin didn't wake up. She subconsciously sucked 2 mouthfuls. Qinze thought of the suggestions he had made many times but was rejected. Women. After sending a message to Wang Zijin and briefly explaining the situation, Qinze put on a mask and sunglasses and drove to Jiang Cheng's hiding place, 7 Days Express Hotel. Ru family, 7 Days, and Enchanting were known as the 3 brothels in the pugilistic world. It was loved by a large number of young people. The number of young people who had shaken their beds here was enough to circle the earth 3 times. It was only 10 kilometers away from his house. It would take 20 minutes by bus. Qinze entered the elevator. Awkwardly, he found that the elevator required a card to use. He sent a message to his cousin. "Come down, I'm downstairs." A few minutes later, the 17-year-old cousin came down from upstairs. His eyes flinched and he carefully called out, "Brother." Qinze didn't say anything and slapped him. The sound of the slap attracted the attention of the hotel's receptionist. Young people nowadays only knew how to comfort others and didn't know how to deal with the aftermath. Jiang Qing got up and shouted, "What right do you have to hit me?" Qinze slapped him again. Jiangqing got up and ran, but he couldn't outrun Qinzhe. His cousin kicked him in the butt and he fell flat on his face. Qinzhe put his head under his armpit, dragged him into the car, and drove away. Jiangqing was just a teenager. After the beating, he curled up in his seat and sobbed softly. After calling his uncle, Qinzhe glanced at his sobbing cousin and said, "Do you know why I hit you?" Not getting an answer, he continued, "You didn't do anything wrong, but you ran away. Your uncle taught me since I was young that men aren't afraid of doing wrong, but if a man doesn't take responsibility, then he's useless. The girl didn't run away, so why are you running away?" Actually, when high school students encountered such things, running away and following their hearts were 100% of the time. Jiangqing sobbed and said loudly, "Of course she doesn't have to run away. If she runs away, how can she take our family's money? Am I the only one in the wrong? I didn't force her. Why should she take our family's money?" That's true, but that's not the reason. If you want to be serious about this, then think about it. Why does a man have to buy a house and a car, pay a huge betrothal gift, and when they get divorced in the future, the family property has to be divided equally? Isn't marriage a matter between two people? Aren't two people supposed to live their lives together? Qinzhe said. The teenager obviously didn't think about such problems and was speechless. You're a man. Some responsibilities have to be shouldered by you. A woman can be unambitious as long as she marries a good husband. But a man can't. I'm very disappointed with what you've done. Auntie has spoiled you. But my family doesn't have that much money. Not having money is one thing. We can talk about it and discuss it. But if you're afraid to admit your responsibility and run away from home, you'll seem like a failure. Besides, don't you have me? Jiangqing suddenly cried. I ran away because I didn't want you to pay. I was the one who told her that my cousin was Qinzhe. I was the one who bragged every day. When her parents found out, they asked for 5 million. Qinzhe was stunned and scolded, "Then all the more we should talk. You should have called me long ago." Is running away useful? You can run away for a while, but you can't run away forever. Your parents are in a terrible fix at home and have to clean up your mess. Are you going to hide in the hotel with a clear conscience? After scolding with sharp words, his tone suddenly became gentle. Don't worry. I'm here. Jiangqing was crying. Cousin, I was wrong. It wasn't easy to make a pretentious and rebellious teenager say, I was wrong. Qinzhe thought that the old man's tricks were indeed dirty. Chapter 647. Qinzhe had been tricked by his father since he was a child, so he was very familiar with the trick of giving a carrot after a stick. For example, when he was in elementary school, Qinzhe fought with a female classmate and lost. The teacher called both parents to the school. In the teacher's office, Qinzhe, who lost to the female classmate, was beaten by his father again. The scene was so shocking that the other party's parents couldn't help but feel pity. In the end, it was the teacher who saved Qinzhe. In fact, the old man was very measured. Although it looked like he was beating him up with great momentum, it would only hurt and not hurt him. Do you know why I beat you? The old man asked the same question at that time. It's not because you fought, but because you fought with a girl. The old man lectured him for 10 minutes. In modern words, men should f*ck other men. Only sissies can f*ck women. He successfully guided little Qinzhe to turn the feeling of "Dad only beats me" into "Dad beat me because he wants me to be successful and always stands on the same side as me." If Qinzhe's childhood was just a feather duster, then he must be a rebellious youth now. The old man perfectly crushed the seed of rebellion in Qinzhe's heart. As the saying goes, the son inherits the father's medicine. Qinzhe perfectly inherited this from the old man. In an instant, his rebellious cousin was completely under his control. This time, you acted too hastily. Study hard in the future and don't have a girlfriend before college. Do you understand? Yes. When you go home, apologize to Mom and Dad. Qinzhe saw that he was silent and shouted, Do you understand? Yes. Jiang Cheng was already very obedient. The car turned the traffic light and drove into the neighborhood. Qin Zhe dragged his cousin in the direction of his aunt's house and asked curiously, "Your girlfriend? You two fell in love after a long time, right?" Jiang Cheng said, "I don't know. Don't know." This was already the answer. Children who fell in love early, as long as their parents interfered, would almost only end up breaking up. Some particularly rebellious children might resist and intensify the family relationship to the freezing point. But the problem now was not that the parents forced them to break up, but that the girl asked for a huge compensation. In other words, even if Jiang Cheng's friendship with Guan Bao was true love, it should be over by now. When a man recalled the first woman who got pregnant for him but couldn't be with him, he would sigh that he met the right person at the wrong time. If it was Jiang Cheng, he would probably sigh and lament that an embryo almost caused him to go bankrupt. She took the elevator upstairs. She was still at the door when she heard the quarrel inside. The corridor was quiet. No one was there to watch the show. This was the good thing about a big city. The indifference between neighbors was actually a good thing at this moment. If this happened in a small county or village, and their dirty linen was aired in public, they would be done for. Your glorious deeds can be passed down for years to come. 5 million, not a cent less. Otherwise, we'll go to school. A man shouted. Stop pretending. Do you think your family doesn't have money? If you don't have money, then sell the house. My daughter has suffered so much. If you don't get satisfactory compensation, I'm not done with you. Following that, a woman's voice continued to clamor. Jiang Cheng's face darkened as he clenched his fists tightly. Look at the trouble you've caused, Qin Zhe scolded. My parents don't need to pay. I can lend them money myself, Jiang Cheng said. How much money can you borrow? Qin Zhe snorted. I can borrow tens of thousands. So much? Qin Zhe didn't believe it. For a child who didn't always have a stack of $100 bills in his wallet, borrowing tens of thousands was as difficult as an adult borrowing hundreds of thousands. Jack Ma will lend it to me, Jiang Cheng said confidently. I can only apply for spending and borrowing. Qin Zhe, idiot, you're still half a year away from 18 years old. It would be strange if Jack Ma lent it to you. No, the key isn't whether Jack Ma will lend it to you or not. The key is that Jack Ma's loan business has become so popular. This isn't good. You have to know that when you stare at Jack Ma is also staring at you. Cut the crap. Open the door. Qin Zhe slapped the back of his head. Aren't you relatives of Qin Zhe? Aren't you his aunt? This little bit of money, accompanied by the sound of the door opening, the voice stopped abruptly. The living room of his aunt's house was facing the door. When Qin Zhe saw the people in the house, they also saw Qin Zhe and Jiang Cheng, who had his head lowered. There were 5 people in the house. His aunt and uncle, a middle-aged couple, and a little girl with red and swollen eyes. The little girl was quite delicate and pretty. She had an oval face, fair and clean, and a slender figure. Red guy, you dare to come back. The middle-aged man was furious and glared at Jiang Cheng. He looked fierce, but his heart was civilized. Sure enough, there was a fine tradition of Shanghai men arguing with women. Qin Zhe was a little disappointed. He was looking forward to the middle-aged man teaching Jiang Cheng a lesson. He would conveniently push Jiang Cheng out. This way, he could turn the initiative into passivity and even turn the tables. In fact, Shanghai people didn't like to use force to solve problems. It didn't mean that they were weak, but that their methods were different. Many times, blindly attacking would not only ruin a good game of chess, but also make oneself unreasonable. For example, in the current situation, if both sides called their friends to fight, the problem would be easily solved. Qin Zhe took off his mask and sunglasses, revealing his face, and said, "Why don't we all sit down and talk?" Seeing that it was him, the middle-aged couple's eyes lit up. The little girl also looked timidly at Qin Zhe. There's nothing to talk about. My daughter is only 17 years old. How do you expect her to behave? It's already very rational of us to sit here and talk calmly with your family about what your son has done. The woman said. The man then continued, abortion fees, nutrition fees, mental damage fees. Do you think it'll cost you more than 5 million? Besides, you don't lack money. The last sentence was directed at Qinze. 5 million is indeed a drop in the bucket for me, Qinze said. Right. That's right. The sooner we settle this, the easier it will be for both sides. My daughter is being bullied by your son. The couple's eyes lit up. 5 million and a house. Shanghai people valued 3 things the most: a house, social security, and a job. Shanghai people could be said to be one of the most independent groups of people in the country. The importance of reincarnation. The couple had discussed it beforehand. Although they hated each other, at this point, there was no need to be angry. In terms of resolving this matter, if both sides' children were already adults and went to university, the best choice would be to get engaged. Qinze was a thick thigh. Only by doing this would they be able to hold on to him. However, the 2 children were not adults, and their futures were too uncertain. Getting engaged would not work, and they might even lose everything in the end. For example, in a few years, their daughter would fall in love with someone else, or Jiang Cheng would fall in love with someone else. At that time, it would be too late to bring up the old scores. It was better to take this opportunity to ask for a huge sum of compensation. What are you talking about? 5 million. What kind of wife can't I buy with 5 million? The little aunt said angrily, don't even think about it. The little uncle's face was ashen. You go back first. We'll settle this matter ourselves. The woman snorted, fine, it doesn't matter who gives it. Your family can pay for it. The little uncle snorted coldly. He was a small businessman. Of course, he could take out 5 million. However, if he was injured, his business would not be able to continue. How would he survive? The little uncle would definitely not compromise with their method of extortion. At most, everyone would have to work together for a long time. The middle-aged woman said fiercely, then I'll go to your company and school every day to cause trouble. This meant that she wanted to rely on his family. Qinze snorted, if you cause trouble at school, your daughter won't be able to get away with it. The middle-aged man immediately said, that can't be helped. Who told you to bully people like this? Fine. Qinze pressed his hand, let's really talk this out. First, give me a reason for compensating you with 5 million. The middle-aged woman pulled her daughter in front of her and pointed at her, returning to the posture of a furious mother. My daughter is still underage but pregnant. How do you expect her to face others? Qinze, you're a big star. Do you want to go back on your word? The middle-aged man glared at Jiang Cheng and said hatefully, I want to strangle this bastard. Qinze spread his hands, but your daughter was willing, wasn't she? Everyone threatened her because of puppy love. But there's no reason for my aunt's family to bear the cost of your daughter's puppy love. Or should I say it more clearly, you didn't teach your daughter well and instead let others pay for your mistakes. On what basis? Go to school and cause trouble. Just as you said, I have money. I can find her a better school in minutes. What about your daughter? After she was expelled, do you have the means to let her go to a better school? You see, no matter what, we don't have to compensate you. The little aunt wanted to say something but was stopped by the little uncle's gaze. The middle-aged couple was shocked and angry. Their daughter was the one who suffered. They thought that with Qinze here, the matter would be resolved quickly. Who would have thought that they would be bullied instead? Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're a rich star. Yes, we can't seek help from legal channels, but there's still the media. If this matter is exposed, your cousin will use his relationship with you to get an underage girl pregnant and abandon her. It will also be a huge blow to your reputation. You'll lose more than 5 million, the middle-aged man said in a deep voice. If you think that this matter will affect me greatly, then you're thinking too much. He's not my son. There are many famous people in the entertainment industry whose sons are doing drugs. And I have an entertainment company with a professional public relations team. Some time ago, I beat up the paparazzi at the airport. Did it cause any huge damage to my reputation? Qin Zhe sneered. Get lost. I won't give you a single cent. If you continue to stay here, I'll call the police and let the police take you away. The couple's expressions changed. They looked at each other and the woman suddenly burst into tears. You bullies. Your son got my daughter pregnant and threatened us. I'm going to call the police and expose this to the media. The little girl was out of her wits and started to cry. The middle-aged man said, I'll contact the media now. Qin Zhe glanced at them and said to the little ant, call the police. Just say that it's a badger game. The little ant was confused and didn't understand. These two people know about Jiang Cheng's relationship with me, so they colluded with their daughter to seduce an underage boy and extort 5 million. That's all you need to say. I'll take care of the rest, Qin Zhe said. The little ant widened her eyes and stared at Qin Zhe. There was such a thing? When did my honest A's become so dirty? The woman suddenly turned off the fire. The man glared at Qin Zhe, while the little girl looked timid. Qin Zhe ignored the family and said, I gave you face, but you don't want it. Do you think rich people can be extorted by you? If I didn't have any means or connections, how could I be so rich? It's not difficult for me to have you go to jail for a few years. Moreover, you did extort me. I think it's reasonable to say that you colluded beforehand. Seeing that they were terrified, Qin Zhe continued, I'll give you 2 options. 1, I'll give you 300,000 and you can scram as far as you can. Your daughter will transfer to another school and you're not allowed to have any contact with Jiang Cheng. 2, I'll call the police now and send you to jail. The couple looked at each other silently. They could rely on the media and their daughter's pregnancy, but they couldn't rely on the law. In such a situation, according to normal logic, it was reasonable for them to ask for compensation. They just asked for a little more. But if Qin Zhe really wanted to use his power to bully others, then the logic of ordinary people would be useless. 500,000. The woman bargained. Qin Zhe pretended to take out his phone. 200,000 it is. I'll give it to you now. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth. There was still 200,000 in cash in the safe at home. His uncle gave the money on the spot. The middle-aged couple left with their daughter. The little girl stopped at the door and glanced at Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng ignored her. Love was a matter between 2 people. If there was a problem, both of them should be responsible. But in this matter, he seemed to have become the biggest villain. In the young man's heart, he was betrayed by love. The heavy sound of the door closing highlighted the middle-aged couple's unwillingness and anger. Jiang Cheng said loudly, Cousin, why should we give them money? Call the police and put them in jail. He felt that his cousin's previous method was better. Qin Zhe suddenly felt a surge of anger, and he slapped him to the ground. A's, his aunt called. Do you know why I hit you? Qin Zhe said. Jiang Cheng got up and said reluctantly, because of responsibility. Qin Zhe said, no matter what her parents did, the child in her stomach is yours. You have responsibility. If it's your responsibility, don't run away. Call the police and they'll make you ugly. You'll know. In his uncle's study, Qin Zhe and his uncle drank a few glasses of wine. A's, this matter is all thanks to you, his uncle said. 5 million was impossible. It was impossible in this lifetime. But if Qin Zhe didn't come out to deal with it, their family would have a headache for a while. It's what I should do, Qin Zhe said. His father only had 2 aunts. When he was in trouble, if he could count on relatives, only relatives within 3 generations would help. He couldn't count on any further. Your aunt spoils him too much, his uncle complained. Qin Zhe thought to himself, you don't know how to teach your son either. When he was still in primary school, I said that I would throw him to Big Brother to teach, but your aunt didn't agree. His uncle sighed. Qin Zhe, how could she agree? My nephew's example is right here. He does things as he pleases. He doesn't study hard. He only wants to play and enjoy. He hasn't encountered any setbacks, Qinzhe analyzed. Yes, his uncle agreed. He'll be fine in a few years. Society will teach him to work hard, Qinzhe said. At Jiang Cheng's age, his personality and thinking were already set. Normal education couldn't change him. But there were two ways to change him, the military and society. The former was hard education. Even a rock could be ground into powder. The latter was soft education. It could make you understand yourself correctly and work hard. Chapter 648. But who knows what kind of trouble he has caused in the past few years. I really want to beat this bastard to death. The uncle gritted his teeth. Well, I think you should teach him more about responsibility. Qinzhe suggested. Although this cousin of his gave the elders a headache, he wouldn't cause any big trouble. This was purely an accident. If Jiang Cheng was a teenager with a bad character, Qinzhe wouldn't beat him or scold him. He would only draw a clear line. And if there was no embryo, it wouldn't be a big deal. Lu Sun once said, "My biggest wish in life is to sleep with more women." Looking at the thousands of years of China's history, the most miserable were the two generations, 80-90. Let's not talk about the past, they got married early. Let's not talk about the future, they would only become more and more open. Only the 8,090 comrades were the most miserable in the long river of history. According to the information collected on the internet, 80-90's tragic self-narration, the 80s and 90s were the two generations with the most virgins and the last sexual experience. They cried silently in the toilet. The uncle said with emotion, "I really don't know how to do anything other than hit, but I see that big brother has been hitting you since you were young." Qinzhe, little uncle's heart was pierced. Everyone in the Qin family's circle of relatives knew that comrade Qin Jianzhang was a son-crazy demon. If he wasn't beating his son, he was on the way to beating his son. Every time the relatives gathered, Qinzhe would be teased, "Did you get spanked by dad today?" But that was when he was young. As he grew older, the number of times the old man hit him decreased exponentially. Now, if the old man still dared to hit him, Qinzhe dared to say, "If you hit me, I will give your daughter an injection." But when he was a child, he did tremble under his father's crotch and tried his best to grow into a straight white poplar tree according to his father's ideas. Filial sons were born under the rod. This sentence made sense, but the price he paid was a little tragic. Qinzhe's interest in chatting was summed up by his uncle's words. He waved goodbye dispiritedly. "Qingqing, send your cousin downstairs," Little Aunt ordered. Jiang Qing replied with an "oh" and silently followed Qinzhe out. The two cousins entered the elevator in silence, and Jiang Qing pressed the button for basement 1. "When did you get together with that little girl?" Qinzhe asked. Jiang Qing turned his head and looked at him carefully. He silently took a step back. "I'm asking you a question." "I won't hit you." Qinzhe rolled his eyes. "Cousin, it's not sex, it's love. Your words are so vulgar." Young boys and girls were like this. They saw love as a beautiful thing and could not accept explicit words like lover, slut, and cock tyrant. In the adult world, this was called fun. Her husband laughed lewdly. "Little slut, I'll make you cry and call me daddy tonight." His wife laughed. "Come on, let's be merry. I love chicken crispy." If the young boys and girls heard these words, their mentality would collapse. After being glared at by Qinzhe, he shrank his head and continued, "At the end of last semester, we signed up for the class teacher's holiday training class together. During the summer vacation, we started to get familiar with each other. We often took the subway home together. From time to time, I would treat her to food and milk. Her family is not very rich." Qinzhe understood and nodded. After a while, a tortoise fell in love with a green bean. She became your girlfriend and drank your milk. Jiang Qing argued, "It's not a tortoise falling in love with a green bean. We were in love at that time." Qinze chuckled and said, even after enrolling in the training class, your grades are still trash. Did your uncle report your class teacher? When Qinze was in high school, it was basic for teachers to open private classes. If there was a demand, there would be a market. All parents in the world wanted their children to become dragons and phoenixes, even if their children were bad students. In these years, the act of teachers opening private classes was prohibited. It was still the same sentence. If there was a demand, there would be a market. Private classes still existed, but there were fewer of them. They were low-key and hidden. I've improved from 30th place to 25th place. Jiang Cheng was unconvinced. Qinze looked at him from the corner of his eyes. Grade? Jiang Cheng. Class. Qinze sighed in exasperation. Trash, at least you have half of my Qin clan's bloodline. How can you be so useless? Your uncle is a university professor, your mother graduated from university, your cousin is a top student at Fudan University, and your cousin. I don't need to emphasize this. Jiang Qing said weakly, you worked so hard to get into a garbage university? Garbage university? What the F***ck, for a Shanghai local, the difficulty of getting into a university was many times higher than that of students from other provinces. Qinze slapped him against the wall of the car. He couldn't even buckle down. It's fine if your dad stabbed me in the heart, but a little puppy like you also came? Qinze hated little puppies the most. They looked delicate and weak on the surface, but they were harder than anyone else. You said you wouldn't hit me. Jiang Qing felt wronged. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Qinze paused and went straight to the point. What I want to know is when you broke in. Jiang Qing thought about it and understood. His face showed a man's pride. Cousin, in fact, getting a girlfriend is very simple. Take the initiative, spend some money, give some care and love, and it's easy to get a girl. Qinze said angrily, you shut up. I don't know how to fall in love. Do I need you? I had a girlfriend in junior high school, but I'm smarter than you. I didn't cause any trouble. Jiang Cheng was stunned. He didn't know why his cousin was suddenly angry. We were honest with each other at the end of August. Jiang Cheng answered truthfully. Qinze thought about it. It started at the end of August. She was pregnant at the end of October. 2 months, in other words, they had an embryo in September. So fast. Was it because puberty was easy to be frightened? Why didn't Su Yu's stomach improve? Was it because she was too old? Although her skin was as delicate as a young girl's, and her figure was very slim, it didn't change the fact that she was older than the girl next door. But Qinze's good Chinese medicine knowledge told him that it wasn't because of age. At this moment, the Edo 48 hands flashed through Qinze's mind. Bang! Qinze once again slapped him against the wall of the sedan. He got up again and looked at his cousin with grievance. He didn't know why he was hit again. What's there to be proud of? Qinze snorted. Jiang Cheng had an idea. His resentment retreated, and he showed a gossipy expression. Cousin, you're going to have a baby with Zijin? Jiang Qing knew about Wang Zijin's existence. Although he didn't talk much with Wang Zijin, he had been in the Qin family for 2 years. Later, he heard his mother and father gossiping and found out that the dignified and generous sister was his cousin's girlfriend. Qinze warned, don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, I'll break your legs. Oh. Jiang Qing said, does cousin have a boyfriend? Qinze said, just take it that she does. Jiang Cheng's face suddenly became excited. Who is it? Who is cousin? It's none of your business. The boys in my class like her a lot. They always say that they won't marry anyone but her. They also think that they have a chance because she doesn't have a boyfriend. They also say that she's one of the few female celebrities in the entertainment industry who doesn't have unspoken rules. Jiang Qing chattered on excitedly. He was obviously very interested in his future cousin-in-law. He cared more about Qin Zai's love life than he did about it. Although Qin Baobao had a bad attitude towards him and often played with him when they were young, Qin Baobao had been a top student since she was young. She was pretty, smart, and had good grades. Therefore, Jiang Qing worshipped his cousin very much due to the influence of these deep-rooted beliefs. She abused him thousands of times, but he treated her like his first love. On the other hand, he only had a vague idea of his cousin's net worth, wealth, and ability. But his cousin had been a salted fish for so many years. The image of a salted fish trembling under his uncle's crotch had long been imprinted in Jiang Cheng's heart. As for my cousin-in-law, it has nothing to do with you. How can it have nothing to do with me? I'm your only cousin. Whether my cousin's wife is good or not is related to whether I can ask for more red packets from him. A good cousin-in-law and a bad cousin-in-law have a huge difference in benefits. Just as Jiang Qing finished speaking, he was slapped to the wall by his cousin again. Qin Zai said, "A good cousin won't be stingy with his slaps. A good cousin-in-law should be like that." Jiang Qing. Ding, the elevator door opened. Study hard. Don't be a person who muddles through life. Now you're using your parents' money to pick up girls. You have to rely on yourself in the future. Women in society are very caring. They like small animals, such as BMWs, Hummers, Jaguars, and Land Rovers. Of course, there's also lynx. But they won't like a little puppy who has nothing. Then what kind of animal is my cousin-in-law? Jiang Cheng asked curiously. Seafood? Qin Zai walked out of the elevator and turned around. Study hard while you're in your second year of high school. In the future, if you can't even get into a garbage university, I'll bring my cousin-in-law to dote on you. He waved his hand and left. Qin Zai drove out of the neighborhood and went straight to Tianfang Entertainment. On the way, he talked to his sister. Aunt's family matter has been resolved. Qin Baobao, you've worked hard. Sister will reward you with a kiss. Qin Zai, 200,000. Qin Baobao, small money. Qin Zai, I didn't pay for it. Aunt and uncle paid for it themselves. I know. It's only 200,000. Aunt must have paid for it herself. I didn't ask you to go over to pay 5 million. I asked you to solve the problem. Qin Baobao said, by the way, how did you solve it? Qin Zai told him what happened just now. His sister laughed especially happily on the other end of the phone, giggling like a little hen. A's, you've been led astray. You can even think of such a dirty trick. But evil people will be punished by evil people, right? That's right. That's why I gave that little brat Jiang Qing a hard time. Qin Zai said, it's so unfair. When I was his age, I only knew the 5 dragons embracing the pillar, but he could study all kinds of postures. Bah, don't talk about this with your sister. Qin Baobao pretended to spit, and with a seductive tone, she said sneakily, you've been living with me for so long. Did you use the materials here to cultivate your 5 dragons? Yes. I still have them. Qin Zai said, after all, with an expert like my sister by my side, I have to cultivate well. Qin Baobao obviously didn't understand the last sentence. After a moment of silence, she asked tentatively, really? Don't worry. I've cleaned you up. There won't be any accidents like the swimming pool. Get lost. His sister roared and hung up the phone. Qin Zai snorted. She said that he liked to flirt, but she was different. She was obviously a coward, but she pretended to be calm and seductive. Qin Baobao felt indignant. She sent another message to him. I'll give you something exciting. His sister's so-called excitement was at most a kiss on the lips. She probably felt that she was going to die from excitement. Qin Zai ignored her. After the car stopped and they walked to the elevator, he replied, what kind of excitement? His sister replied instantly. She sent a picture. It was a contract. Qin Zai swiped his finger across the screen and zoomed in on the picture. He saw the bold words, men's wear. Qin Zhe asked, is this the contract from last time? Last year, when his sister had just become popular, this magazine had invited her to be the cover girl. They claimed that they came with great sincerity and enthusiasm, hoping to cooperate with his sister. Qin Zhe had heard of this magazine before, but unfortunately, he couldn't bear to spend money on it. Besides, to him, the trendy men in the magazine were not as sexy and attractive as the cover girls. They had long legs that could make a young man's mouth go dry. Later on, when he had money, he still didn't look at it because his sisters had helped him pick out his clothes. Not only did they like to shop for themselves, they also liked to help men shop. Qin Bao replied, smile but don't say anything. Qin Zhe was speechless. Damn it, smile but don't say anything. Qin Zhe put his phone back in his pocket. The elevator happened to stop and he stepped into the office. When he didn't see his sister in the office, he asked the ordinary-looking assistant, where's President Qin? Xiang Yi's assistant subconsciously straightened his back and said respectfully, in the second conference room. What's the matter? Men's Clothing Magazine. Before Xiang Yi's assistant could finish, he realized that Qin Zhe had already left. Xiang Yi's assistant stood at the air vent of the air conditioner and felt the cold wind, feeling extremely miserable. I've really offended him unknowingly. Qin Zhe rushed to the second conference room and saw his sister, who was dressed in a formal suit, chatting happily with a middle-aged man wearing glasses. Noticing that he had entered, his sister winked at him playfully. The middle-aged man got busy and bent over to hand him a business card without hesitation. Hello, President Qin. Qin Zhe nodded slightly and took the business card with both hands. He glanced at it and saw the words, Design Manager. He knew what was going on. Since I was able to invite you this time, I'll be able to answer to my boss when I go back. The middle-aged man's face was full of smiles, showing his inner joy. Actually, I've wanted to cooperate with your magazine a long time ago, but I wasn't confident back then. Qin Bao smiled. Qin Zhe listened for a while and said, I don't think it's necessary. Sister, you're going to hold a concert soon. It's more important to practice your new song, isn't it? Qin Bao smiled. Before she could say anything, the middle-aged man opposite her hurriedly interjected, President Qin, it won't take much time. I believe it'll be a pleasant cooperation. Qin Zhe said calmly, I'm busy, I don't have time. The middle-aged man was speechless. It was the same excuse again. Last year, when the company invited Qin Bao, Qin Zhe simply said, I'm busy, I don't have time, and sent the person sent by the company away. To hell with busy. Actually, the photo shoot wouldn't take much time at all. After all, many female celebrities were overjoyed to receive the company's invitation. It was a good opportunity to increase their fame. It was like gilding. When a female celebrity appeared on the cover of a magazine, her original diamond-studded cover would be gilded with a layer of gold. President Qin, we have a mature and professional team and the best photographer. We can guarantee that the shoot will be completed smoothly and definitely won't delay your schedule, the middle-aged man said. It couldn't be helped. Qin Bao was too popular, and her reputation was rarely high. Last year, the company held the mentality that if they cooperated, it would be a win-win situation. This year, it was the men's magazine that wanted to use Qin Bao's fame. Qin Bao had never done a photo shoot before. This was a great gimmick. Qin Zhe thought to himself, of course, I know you're professional. So professional that it makes people slightly hard. But it was because of this that he didn't agree with his sister being the cover girl. He didn't want his sister to wear a bikini to show off her long legs, deep cleavage, and cute belly button for others to see. How could he share the benefits of Hei's king with others? Actually, I don't like this magazine very much and I feel that it's completely meaningless. Don't misunderstand. I don't have any opinions about your magazine, Qin Zhe said. The middle-aged man's mouth twitched. Don't misunderstand? No opinions? Then what do you mean by having opinions about our magazine? His tone was slightly displeased. But we've already signed the contract. Boss Qin, why don't you take a look? Qin Zhe looked at his sister in shock. He knew that his sister also didn't like wearing revealing clothes in front of outsiders. She signed the contract, just to provoke him? Qin Bao smiled slyly and opened the contract to show him her beautiful handwriting. Are you surprised? Is it exciting? Qin Zhe, damn it. I don't care if you've signed the contract or not. Qin Zhe said with a dark expression. I have money. What's the big deal about liquidated damages? He glared at her and got up to leave. Hey. Qin Bao panicked when she saw his terrible expression. She got up and grabbed his right hand. Take a look at the contract first. Qin Zhe, let go of my ex-girlfriend. The middle-aged man? Qin Bao said in a soft voice, sister was just joking. A's, take a look at the contract. She had to act like an elder sister in front of others. Otherwise, she would have been hung up by now. Qin Zhe opened the contract in confusion and read 10 lines at a glance. He glared at his sister and said angrily, then I won't object. Chapter 649. Qin Zhe felt that he had overreacted. It was mainly because of the anger from his aunt's family. It made him irritable. Lu Sun said not to be anxious. Take some medicine and it will not be a big problem. Look, a celebrity is a celebrity. It is worth learning. He spent a few minutes going through the contract and knew why his sister agreed to do the photo shoot. It was because the client had the right to choose the clothing requirements. That meant his sister could choose not to wear a bikini, show her cleavage, or stick out her white butt. Qin Zhe said, this is not in line with your magazine's aim of stepping on the line. The cover of the men's magazine was more than enough to be the cover of a movie in Hong Kong in the 90s. But with the cover of Art and Fashion, everything looked very impressive. If the relevant departments were involved, everyone would say that you are backward and a country bumpkin. And similar behavior of stepping on the line would be suppressed very badly in other industries. For example, the young newspaper seller who would never have a recommendation in his life. He really wanted to curse him. It is already the best that Boss Qin agreed to do the photo shoot. We only ask that the clothes are not so conservative. The middle-aged man said. Sure, Qin Zhe agreed. He glanced at his sister as he spoke. His sister, who had telepathy with him, immediately understood what he meant and nodded slightly. Qin Zhe confirmed that there was nothing fishy about the contract and was relieved. He said, when will the photo shoot start? The middle-aged man said, this is what I want to discuss with Boss Qin. Our magazine wants to do it as soon as possible. After all, time and treasure. But it depends on your time. I understand. Time is money. So, the day after tomorrow? Qin Zhe asked his sister. In this era, everything was about speed. Both parties did not want to delay. Make money fast. Eat fast. Write fast. Fast food delivery, fast letter, fast gunman. Even the woman who lost her footing wanted you to do it as soon as possible. His sister nodded. After sending off the middle-aged man, the siblings returned to the office. Qin Zhe lit a cigarette and said, men are quite patient with you. Because I have the face. Qin Bao raised her sharp face. She sat on the sofa with her legs together. Her long legs wrapped in silk stockings were tightly pressed together, and her face was tilted upwards to accentuate her full breasts. They value you because the man behind you is me. If it were any other female celebrity, who would receive such treatment? Qin Zhe's gaze swept over his sister's face and figure. He thought to himself, there are also breasts, legs, buttocks, and a small waist. She values you because the man behind you is me. If it were any other female celebrity, who would receive this kind of treatment? Qin Zhe said. Qin Bao wiggled her butt. Qin Zhe blew out a mouthful of smoke at his sister. Seeing her frowning and waving her hands, he snorted, are you happy to be mischievous? Why didn't you say so earlier? Qin Bao retorted, that's my own business. It's none of your business. Qin Zhe said, I don't care. I just don't want you to be scolded by Dad. Qin Bao Bao pursed her lips and moved her butt to his side. I don't believe you. His sister's gaze seemed to be bewitching and teasing. Under her thick eyelashes, her eyes were sparkling. It's up to you to believe it or not. I don't believe it. All right, it's indeed because of her own displeasure. Qin Zhe said, in any case, I'm the one who slapped her until she grew up. Qin Bao Bao only rolled her eyes at him when he said that he didn't respect his sister, but it was the truth. At first, she was very resistant to being spanked. Later on, she got used to it and even felt quite good. Thus, in the countless times they had sex over the years, she had always been half reluctant. By the way, there's something you need to deal with. Qin Bao Bao got up and walked to her desk. Her skirt wrapped around her round buttocks. There was a saying that a person's life was like a beautiful woman's buttocks. They were in pairs, beautiful and happy, but a third party must be strictly prevented. The two deputy managers of the public relations department had some conflicts a few days ago. Now they are like fire and water. It has greatly affected the work of the department. Qin Bao Bao pushed a notebook to him. On it was the personnel list of the public relations department. The names of the two deputy managers were circled in bright red. The manager of the public relations department wants to dismiss one of them. The company has a rule that the transfer of the middle and senior management needs to be approved by the general manager, and the resignation and dismissal need to be approved by me. Qin Bao Bao said, so I have a headache. Which one of them should I dismiss? Qin Zhe held a cigarette between his fingers and tapped on the coffee table. He looked at his sister strangely and asked, did he come forward to mediate? Qin Bao Bao looked helpless. The manager of the public relations department has mediated many times. I also came forward to talk to them once. But no matter how good it is on the surface, they still fight behind their backs. What's the situation? This is also what the manager of the public relations department told me. Qin Bao Bao looked hesitant, as if she was organizing her words. Actually, the conflict happened because of a woman. Love rivals fighting each other? Qin Zhe understood. Femme fatale. He had a foxy face at home, so he knew best. That's not it. Qin Bao Bao said awkwardly, as if she found it hard to say. Say it clearly. Qin Zhe frowned. A few minutes later, Qin Zhe learned the general situation from his sister. The two deputy managers of the public relations department had a good relationship. After all, they were colleagues. Because Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao had monopolized power, there was less scheming and factional fighting. This was undoubtedly beneficial to the development of the company. Only a hack like Qin Zhe could build such a huge entertainment company. The two managers did break up because of a woman, and it was not a good woman, but, in ancient words, a goddess. Tianfang Entertainment's benefits were very generous. Every month, there was a large amount of departmental activity funds for staff dinners, singing, and some indescribable activities. The two managers met a beautiful goddess in one of the activities, and happily became kindred spirits. For a long time, when they entered the club, they would order 18, not Android 18. Both of them were very satisfied with 18. Normally, the strongest relationship between men was nothing more than going through windows together, carrying guns together, and protecting each other when they lost their footing together. The bad thing was that one of the guys was selfish. No one knew what he painted for 18, but she was willing to give up her job and become his mistress. The boat of friendship capsized just like that. The two managers began to find trouble with each other at work, scheming against each other. Because of personal grudges, their work was affected. Qin Zhe said in his heart, this is a bit different from my understanding of femme fatale. What do you mean? He asked. I read their work reports. The two of them are 50-50. They can fire anyone. Qin Bao Bao said, but I have a phobia of choice. Qin Zhe didn't answer, but rubbed his chin and thought. As a salesperson, it's good as long as you care about performance. As a middle-level manager, you will inevitably be involved in the office scheming. As a boss, you have to learn to manage talents and mediate conflicts. Therefore, Qin Zhe's first reaction was to ask, is there any mediation, not to fire them. But since both sides chose to feign compliance, then the boss doesn't need to be polite. The boss also wants face. It must be that you, the boss, don't have any dignity. If I negotiate with them, they definitely won't dare to feign compliance. Hai Zhe King took the opportunity to ridicule Ying Monster. Ying Monster glanced at him coldly, and Salted Fish Zhe immediately laughed and said, not giving you face is not giving me face, so they must be fired. Qin Bao Bao smiled and hummed. It was indeed because she was not dignified enough. If Qin Zhe talked to them, no one would dare to feign compliance based on the reputation accumulated by the fast gunman in Jianghu. Qin Bao Bao couldn't do it. Although she sang well and worked hard, Qin Zhe's light was too dazzling, and she herself was not very serious. It was easy to leave the impression of a vase, who became famous by relying on her younger brother and appearance. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Qin Bao Bao took the opportunity to shift the responsibility. In terms of company management, 10 Qin Bao Baos were not Su Yu's opponent. She also didn't have the consciousness of working hard. As long as the normal operation was stable, it would be fine. She didn't have to worry about expanding the territory. The most miserable should be Wang Zijin. She started from scratch like Qin Bao Bao, but she couldn't get help from Qin Zhe in daily management and operation because Qin Zhe himself was also a layman in internet technology. For this reason, she had to ask Su Yu for advice. Don't be so troublesome. You can call the manager of the public relations department and dismiss the one who keeps a mistress. Qin Zhe said. Oh. Qin Bao Bao sat up straight and asked shamelessly, why? The business ability of the two deputy managers was not much different. She had been struggling. Now that her younger brother was so decisive, there must be a reason. Qin Zhe said, it's immoral to lock the shared bicycle, so the reason is a matter of character. Of course, you can listen to this answer and don't say it. Qin Bao Bao. Oh. It took her 3 seconds to understand the meaning of Qin Zhe's words. Chapter 650. At 5:00 in the afternoon, Qin Bao Bao dragged her tired body out of the dance studio. Because it was almost time to get off work, she did not take a shower. She wore a dance costume that accentuated her figure and low-heeled shoes. Many male employees were stunned and female employees were envious as she entered the office. After closing the door, she threw herself on the sofa and groaned for a while. Then, she sat up straight and took off her shoes. Her feet were sore and her socks were stuck to the soles of her feet. When she took them off, it was as if they were peeled off from her flesh. I'm so tired. She looked at Qin Zhe with a pitiful expression. You need constant exercise to maintain your figure. It's your fault for slacking off a few days ago. Qin Zhe complained. 2 hours ago, Qin Zhe touched his sister's waist and felt that there was an extra layer of flesh. It was not much and could not even be seen with the naked eye. It was all thanks to Qin Zhe hugging his sister's waist that he felt it. He could feel the slightest change and said, Qin Bao Bao, you've gained weight. His sister did not believe him. She stood on the scale and looked at it. Indeed, she had gained 3 pounds. She had been controlling her weight, but after returning from Guangdong, it was obvious that she had gained weight. It was raining heavily and it was inconvenient for her to go to the gym. Plus, in Guangdong, there was nothing that could not be eaten. If there was, it was because the recipe had not been discovered yet. After eating for half a month, it was understandable that she had gained some weight. How long has it been since you last weighed yourself? If it wasn't for my quick thinking, you wouldn't be able to get rid of these pounds. Qin Zhe said. He had just found out. After his sister returned from Guangdong, Qin Zhe had been in the most guilty state. He had only just found out that his sister had gained a few pounds. 3 pounds of weight was nothing. It would not even affect Qin Bao Bao's figure. However, people gain weight from the waist. Qin Zhe liked his sister's small waist the most, so he could not bear it. I really envy those women who don't gain weight. Qin Bao Bao sighed. She lay back and crossed her legs. A's, give me a massage. Gaining weight from eating is a healthy body. Women who don't gain weight from eating are either flat-chested or short. Qin Zhe held his sister's small feet. Qin Zhe had seen a lot of women who didn't get fat no matter how much they ate. He had forgotten if there were any girls who didn't get fat when he was in middle school or high school. After all, he was still growing at that time. Slender figures and thin faces were the norm for young boys and girls. And fat, on the other hand, was different. They were proud to gain weight, but they did not gain weight. From a medical point of view, eating was equivalent to nourishment. Therefore, gaining weight was considered a healthy physique. Gluttony was a physique that would not gain weight. It was still fine in the modern era where resources were abundant, but in ancient times, people with short lifespans would be considered as people with short lifespans. I didn't wash my feet. They're so dirty. Qin Zhe pulled over the trash can and took out a bottle of 82 Lafite from the wine cabinet in his office. Anyway, the amount of 82 Lafite the world drank every year was enough to circle the sun 3 times. Lafite was Lafite, and 82 was just Qin Zhe's imagination. He washed the sweat off Qin Bao Bao's feet with the wine and wiped them clean with a tissue. He put her feet on his lap and kneaded them carefully. Women's feet were more delicate and slender than men's. They were both bony and fleshy, white and tender. He played with his sister's feet as if he was playing with precious jade. Controlling the extremities of the limbs was not a patent of modern people. The ancients had been doing it a long time ago. The most perverted one was the 3-inch golden lotus. Red brocade clothes wrinkled with every step. Beautiful women danced with golden hairpins. Flying up. Qin Zhe pressed the soles of his sister's feet with his fingertips. The instep was crystal white, the soles were red, and there was a thin layer of calluses on the heels. Qin Bao Bao lay on the sofa with her eyes half closed. Every time Qin Zhe pressed her acupoints, she moaned softly. Pressing acupoints had always been Qin Zhe's proudest skill. Su Yu, Wang Zijin, including old lady Li, every woman whose acupoints were pressed by him said yes. His sister was no exception. Even if he didn't have the system in the future, he could still rely on these skills to live freely. In fact, Qin Zhe had almost forgotten that he had a system. The low-level system hadn't jumped out to show its existence for a long time. Until 6:00 in the afternoon, when it was time to get off work, his sister went to sleep. Qin Zhe didn't wake her up. He called Imoyu. The day before yesterday, he got the news that the crew was about to finish filming. The long-awaited True Yellow was finally coming out. He had a hunch that this time the company could produce 1 or 2 A-list artists, and A True Yellow would become one of the most popular dramas in the second half of the year. The income of shooting a popular TV series was more profitable than shooting an equally popular movie. The income model of a TV series was not comparable to that of a movie. Of course, the financial resources and energy invested in the two could not be compared. If this TV series started shooting half a year ago, he might have forced his sister to play the female lead. But when he decided to shoot this TV series, his sister's fame had reached a peak. Playing the female lead was at most icing on the cake. It was better to leave the opportunity to other female artists in the company. Qin Bao Bao's popularity in China had reached a bottleneck. In the future, it would take time to accumulate a foundation. Whether it was a movie, a TV series, or a concert, it was impossible to make her famous again. According to the development route of domestic artists, they would be more eager to take some supporting roles in Hollywood blockbusters. Times were different. In the past, when a domestic artist took a Hollywood movie, they were excited as if they had won a $50 million prize. Now Hollywood took the initiative to cooperate with domestic artists because they needed them to open the domestic market. With a large population and large spending power, they could be willful. In the eyes of the entertainment industry and the public, Qin Bao Bao was undoubtedly lucky. Since her debut, she had walked the path that others took years or even decades to walk. She had turned into a female artist without a foundation. Even with her looks and figure, if she wanted to climb up the social ladder, she would have to go through hardships and even be incomplete. Qin looked at his sister's sleeping face and felt that he was a qualified brother. In the past, he had worked so hard to earn money. Wasn't it to protect his sister? Be my little sister and only drink milk and not suffer hardships. The production team is done. They will be back the day after tomorrow. The call went through. MOU reported the details in detail. We are also negotiating the film rights. We have been in contact with the Shanghai TV station. That's good. But, the price is not agreed. MOU's tone was a little awkward. The TV station wants to lower the price by 20%. Because our team is made up of internal artists, the investment is not big. The TV series is too expensive. Qin said, take it or leave it. Don't talk nonsense with them. MOU, Qin said, come back first. I will talk about the price myself. The copyright was not urgent. Even the vegetable market would bargain. In the world, only specialty stores and supermarkets did not allow bargaining. The phenomenon of bargaining had always existed in the entertainment industry. Some little fresh meat asked for 100 million, but this was not the final price, although there were indeed brainless directors who accepted. Most of the time, the price could be negotiated. It was the same for the copyright of the work. Qin poured himself a bottle of red wine and played the vinyl record. He listened to the music and tasted the wine while waiting for his sister to wake up. The existence of vinyl records had changed from entertainment to antiques. Rich people would collect vinyl records to show their taste. But in terms of sound quality, vinyl records were really good. Qin and his sister bought vinyl records to show off. Compact discs, cassettes, vinyl records, they were all out of the stage of history. Speaking of compact discs, Qin remembered something. When he was young, there was a video hall downstairs in the neighborhood where he lived. It was also a chess room. When the old man was young, he was the famous sparrow god. Qin and the video hall manager's son played very well. Whenever the old man went to play mahjong, Qin would go with him. Then, he would watch videos with the manager's son all afternoon. Sometimes, his sister would go with them too. Once, when the adults were playing mahjong and the children were watching videos, the store manager's son dug out a lot of compact discs in the store. Qin picked out a Chinese studio from the vast number of compact discs. Children were especially fond of mysterious ancient movies, but the adults' world was different from children's. Chinese studio was indeed a Chinese studio, but the theme was not fighting and killing. To be precise, it was fighting and killing between men and women. For a moment, the whole store was filled with the sound of beds shaking and women's ah. Below the TV, the boys and girls widened their eyes with a look of I'm sorry. Not far away, the adults were playing mahjong happily. Suddenly, the background music was forcefully added. After that, the owner of the video hall joked, "Old Qin, your son's taste is too good." After that, the old man forbade Qin from going to the chess room and video hall again. He even gave Qin a good beating because he was the one who picked out the compact disc. Thinking back, that should be Qin's sexual enlightenment. It was probably his sister's as well. On the sofa, his sister moaned and stretched comfortably. She woke up. What time is it? 6:30. Oh. She propped herself up and yawned. It's so comfortable. I'll massage my sister when we get home. They came back together, as they always did. At 10:30, Qin sent a message to his sister. There was no reply. He sneaked into Wang Zijin's room. What are you doing? Don't mess around at home, Wang Zijin whispered. That's too much. She's my girlfriend after all, Qin whispered back. It's too loud. It'll be awkward if your sister hears us, Wang Zijin said. She won't hear you even if you scream. After all, the house is worth tens of millions. The soundproofing is good. Qin Zhe crawled under the blanket. How can there be a girlfriend like you? You don't make a baby at home, but in the hotel. Wang Zijin pressed the blanket tightly. She didn't know about other men's motivation, but she knew that Qin Zhe's was definitely on the level of 8 cylinders. Therefore, it was impossible for him to make a baby in a romantic way. Qin Zhe tactfully took a step back and said, I just miss Sister Ziwei. I want to be intimate. Rustling sounds of clothes being taken off could be heard as he stripped Wang Zijin until she was like a tender lamb. Although Wang Zijin said that she didn't want to, she didn't put up much resistance. Lu Sun once said, please don't play with girls. They only have one heart and are very fragile. If he wanted to play, he should play with their babies. There were 2 of them. Qin Zhe always remembered the famous person's teachings. Wang Zijin said in a trembling voice, just being intimate, I'm just rubbing. I won't go in. At 11:30, the exhausted Wang Zijin fell asleep. Her hair was messy, her white shoulders were exposed, and her delicate oval face was still flushed. Qin Zhe leaned against the bed and wanted a cigarette. Considering that she didn't like the smell of cigarettes, he held it in his mouth and didn't smoke. He felt that he hadn't had enough fun. They couldn't relax at home, even if the room's soundproofing was good. The gaming experience was terrible. It was better to go to the hotel. 2 days later, the crew that had been away for 3 months returned. Qin Zhe and his sister treated the director and actors to a meal as a final meal to make up for what they had done. They hadn't seen each other for a few months and many of them had gained weight. Qian Shishi's oval face was even rounder. She complained during the meal, CEO Qin, I gained 5 kilograms for filming. It's a price worth paying. Yi Lu and Lu Wei, who had also gained weight, nodded. This was Qin Zhe's fault. He had instructed that since they were the imperial concubines of the palace, their thin oval faces would definitely not do. The female artists needed to gain weight so that their faces would become rounder and their figures would become fuller. The entertainment industry was also very divided. Some worked hard to improve their acting skills, while others worked hard to make quick money. The latter were the little fresh meats that the masses dissed. Tianfang Entertainment also had little fresh meats, but Qin Zhe didn't give them good resources. Some of them were already dissatisfied. However, due to the restrictions of the contract, they didn't dare to jump ship. He preferred to nurture these older artists who understood the importance of acting skills. In a few years, the little fresh meats would definitely change their style and improve their acting skills. Because little fresh meats and prostitutes were the same. When they were young, they could do whatever they wanted with their looks. When they were old, they had to think of another way. 5 kilograms of meat is nothing. When the TV series airs, you'll feel that 5 kilograms of meat is worth it, Qin Zhe said. Only you would dare to say that. Lu Wei raised her glass. To CEO Qin. Qian Shishi fanned the flames. 1 glass isn't enough. 3 glasses. Everyone, don't just drink by yourself. Come, let's toast to CEO Qin. Some people wanted to toast to Qin Zhe long ago. However, Qin Zhe's authority at the table and he had revealed that he didn't like to drink before, so not many people dared to toast to him. It wasn't like they could force the boss to drink just because the atmosphere was warm. Employees like that were either stupid or brainless. Because they would leave a bad impression in the boss' heart. Now that someone started, more people started toasting to him. What are you laughing at? Noticing Yi Lu's secretly laughing expression, Qin Zhe said in annoyance, aren't you my fan? It's your job to drink with me. Ah. Yi Lu felt wronged and said with a bitter face, why are you like this? After a long filming career, the people in the crew needed to indulge themselves, including the artists. Qin Zhe accompanied them to play many games on the table, such as cross-cupping. The sister who loved to drink in private but never touched alcohol at gatherings was a goddess with a smile on her face. However, she was actually gnashing her teeth in hatred. This little pervert was like a fish in water among the women. Men like to talk to beautiful women. Similarly, women like to play with handsome men. With Qin Zhe's talent and achievements, he was destined to become a delicious cake in the eyes of the women. For the first time, Qin Baobao realized that her brother's personality was actually very bad. He was very gentle to everyone and could be polite to everyone, making you feel like you were bathing in the spring breeze. When he was still a mediocre kid, his elders and friends would praise his good temper. However, when he shone brightly one day and was brimming with talent and treated people with such a personality, he was also worthy of praise. However, in the eyes of the possessive Qin Baobao, her brother was like a central air conditioner. Hence, on the way home, she drove with a gloomy face. "Are you jealous?" Qin Zhe could feel his sister's emotions. After being together for so many years, he could tell what she was thinking from a slight change in her expression. "Shameless." Qin Baobao spat. Qin Zhe lowered the car window and lit a cigarette. After driving for a while, Qin Baobao suddenly said, if I drink wine with a male artist one day, even if it's just for show, you're asking for it." Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. She was very satisfied with this answer, but she was not convinced. She said, "Then you're allowed to do that?" Qin Zhe scratched his head. "That makes sense, but I can't keep a straight face. I haven't even held their little hands." Qin Baobao said sourly, "You don't know how much they want you to hold their little hands." "What are you trying to say?" "Nothing." She looked straight ahead, her bright eyes reflecting the lights in the night. "I don't know how to describe it, but I just don't feel safe. I didn't think there was anything wrong with you before." "What about me?" "You're gentle to everyone, especially girls." Qin Zhe understood. She was actually jealous. "But if I don't do that, I'm really useless. I'm not smart, I'm not particularly handsome, and I haven't shown much talent since I was young. All I can do is smile. If I smile at my relatives, they'll say I'm sensible. If I smile at my classmates, they'll be willing to be friends with me. If I smile at girls, they'll think I'm easy to get along with and play with me. If I smile at my teachers, they'll think I'm at least a sensible student." He shrugged. "If I don't even have gentleness, what do I have?" "You still have me." Qin Baobao didn't say this sentence out loud. Chapter 651. The next day, Qin Zhe met with the person in charge of Shanghai TV station at the company. His surname was Chen and he was the deputy director. He specialized in this area. "Director Chen, you've seen our film, right? What do you think?" Qin Zhe handed him a cigarette. There were only 3 people in the conference room. His sister had accompanied him. The other party was the leader of the TV station and someone in the system. Qin Baobao should receive him and accumulate some experience in negotiation. In this respect, Qin Zhe was more experienced than his sister. He learned it from Suyu. Suyu was a professional in business negotiation and had taken courses in this area in university. Deputy Director Chen wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses and looked gentle. His words and actions had a strong bureaucratic aura. He smiled and said, "It's a good drama. President Qin's works are always eye-catching. But the result has to be tested by the market. So the TV station means 400 million, Deputy Director Chen said. This is the TV station's decision. If it's more, we can only consider buying other dramas." Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao looked at each other. The price was too low. His psychological price was 700 million, and it was cut by nearly half. "Director Chen, are you joking with me?" Qin Zhe laughed. "Actually, if you and Qin Baobao acted in it, our TV station would bite the bullet and get it for 700 million. But your drama doesn't have a single A-list artist, let alone a popular fresh meat. This is a risk in itself. After all, this is the era where traffic is king," Deputy Director Chen said. Just like Sister Lu's XX story, people couldn't help but suspect that it was a work of elementary school students. But under the double halo of a huge fan base and novel IP, it still reached a record high in ratings. As for the rampant criticism, who cared about the criticism when there was money to be made? It didn't hurt or itch. Similarly, if it was a TV drama starring Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao, even if the script was a little bad, the TV station would fight for it. As long as they shouted, the Qin siblings fight again in the Jianghu, reenacting the sadomasochistic love, thousands of brainless fans would come to support without hesitation. But the price we want is not expensive, Qin Bao said. It was indeed not expensive. The cost of a TV series was not comparable to that of a movie. A special effects movie could be said to be a production of several hundred million yuan, unless it was a low-budget TV series. If it was a xianxiao or fantasy movie, the cost would be at least several hundred million yuan. Qin Zhe's and Qin Bao Bao's movies were easily in the billions at the box office. They were only sold to the TV station for 700 million, which was not expensive at all. Of course, the copyright of a TV series could be sold repeatedly, and it was not only the TV station's copyright, but also the online platform's copyright. Therefore, in terms of earning money, it was definitely more profitable than movies. We have to talk about the cost, right? Your cost is so little. 700 million is too high. This is also the reason why our television station can only offer 400 million. Deputy Director Chen put out the cigarette in the ashtray with a calm smile on his face. This was also the truth. During the filming of Empresses in the Palace, many TV stations that were interested in purchasing the film came to visit the set. Most TV stations were interested in Empresses in the Palace, but were rejected by MOU because their offer was too low. Experienced industry insiders who stayed on set for a few days would have an idea of the production cost of a TV series. There were only a few things: the actors' pay, the script, the main producer's pay, the set, costumes, special effects, the crew's expenses, promotion, equipment rental. The cost of Empresses in the Palace was very low, so low that it made people suspect that it was Qin Zhe's rough production. The actors were artists under the company, so the biggest part of the budget was their pay, which saved a lot. The script was written, copied, by Qin Zhe, which saved tens of millions. The theme of the script was a harem fight, not a fantasy upgrade or system. Excluding the actors' pay, the most expensive special effects. Therefore, when the TV station bought the TV series, they would consider the other party's cost. After all, the other party's cost was already several hundred million yuan. It was impossible to ask for a price lower than the cost. If that was the case, there would be no point in negotiating, and the deal would definitely not go through. Director Chen, the cost is low because of my ability. This should not be included in the price, right? Qin Zhe looked as calm as an old dog, but under the table, he was fighting with his sister with his feet. They went back and forth and fought for 30 rounds. Being able to save costs was the ability of the developer. You can't just lower the price because the other party has a way to save costs. What I mean is, it's fine as long as it doesn't exceed 500 million yuan. But you know the TV station's requirements. Think about it. Deputy Director Chen had an expression that said, "I think highly of you, but I can't do anything about it." After that, the two sides engaged in a tug-of-war for half an hour. The first negotiation ended without any results. Neither side was willing to give in. After sending them off and returning to the office, Qin Bao Bao took off her low-heeled sandals and rubbed her feet that were red from being stepped on. She said angrily, "Am I not your sister? Can't you let me have my way?" Qin Zhe sneered, "You're kidding. All these years, when have I ever let you have your way?" Qin Bao Bao snorted. "Actually, we can take a step back. This way, both sides have the possibility of continuing the negotiation. You know, 400 million yuan is still not their bottom line," Qin Bao Bao said as she bent down to open the bottom drawer of the coffee table and rummaged through her snacks. "Don't worry, we have to be like a little brat's dick." "Huh?" His sister bit on her lollipop and looked up with her bright eyes. "There's still plenty of time. Up to you." She rolled her eyes. Her left arm was on her chest, and her right arm was supporting her left arm. She licked the lollipop with relish. This action made her breasts feel even heavier. What a perverted breast. You just said you want to lose weight, and now you're eating sweets. Sweetness can make people feel happy. No wonder so many girls like to eat deoxyribose. It's the taste of happiness. Brainiac Bao knew what deoxyribose was. She happened to take off her shoes, so she waved her feet and kicked them hard. Although empresses in the palace had not been sold yet, the necessary publicity could not be left behind. Qin Zhe called the public relations department and asked them to start preparing. He and his sister had also done publicity on Weibo, and all the artists in the TV series had to promote the new series. It could be considered as sharing the workload of the public relations department. The two deputy managers who quarreled over the goddess were both fired. Their positions were temporarily vacant, and the public relations department was in a difficult situation. It was not wrong to lock the shared bicycle, but Qin Zhe's punishment was purely a joke. In the workplace, if you encountered such employees, you would have fired them all. The two deputy managers were dumbfounded by their encounter. They did not expect this. In their opinion, the fast shooter's behavior was not courage, but stupidity. In the 21st century, talent was the most important thing. For such a small matter, how could he fire them just like that? Was he so capricious? The most important thing in the 21st century was not talent. This sentence had long been outdated. It was hacking. After entering the 21st century, transmigration and rebirth had become commonplace. Who cared about talent? With a hack, one could rule the world. Even if the hack was low, one could still dominate. The system, MMP, system, long time no chat. Qin Zhe said, system. The system ignored him. His sister was not interested in empresses in the palace. She only saw it as the company's business. When Qin Zhe called to hand over work, she and Wang Zijin were also chatting on the phone. After chatting for a long time, his sister suddenly got angry and scolded, "Don't talk to me. Will chatting with me make you orgasm?" Qin Zhe, he suddenly felt like he was unjustly implicated. Wang Zijin said on the other end of the phone, "I'm so busy. I'm chatting with you while looking at the documents. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? Your sudden call is enough to make me sad." She suddenly started singing. Qin Bao Bao, useless thing, a broken company can't even manage it. Wang Zijin was furious. "You black-hearted maggot. You have A's to help you. Of course it's easy, but I'm a stepmother." Qin Bao Bao, nonsense, my brother. The prince thought to himself, my boyfriend. Get out. The aggrieved sister Ziwei hung up the phone. Stingy. Qin Bao Bao curled her lips and bent down to put on her low-heeled shoes. When she bent down, the curve of her back was very graceful. A's, dance with your sister. I'll teach you Latin dance. Qin Zhe was stunned. Latin dance? Forget it, I'm not suitable. It's suitable. Latin dance is a combination of men and women. Qin Zhe thought, my penis is long enough. It's 18 centimeters. If I pull it again, Suyu and sister Ziwei will wake up crying in the middle of the night. Dancing was a daily exercise for his sister. She was now a dancing master. There was almost nothing she couldn't dance. She could even dance well. But she rarely danced ballet, which was known as the Queen of Dance. This kind of dance was very harmful to the feet. Women who practiced ballet for a long time would have their toes deformed. His sister's next concert was approaching. Qin Zhe took advantage of his free time to open the point store alone in the office and search for songs suitable for her to sing. His sister sang so many songs, but there seemed to be very few ancient songs. Qin Zhe searched for them. After a preliminary trial, he found that many ancient songs were very good, but the central theme was not very serious. Chrysanthemum is full of wounds, your smile has turned yellow, how could it not turn yellow? What was the original author thinking? Didn't he prefer chrysanthemum among flowers? When the flower bloomed, there would be no more flowers. My reputation as a fast shooter was ruined. Last night I saw the man who abandoned me and didn't come back. Tonight was too long. Today I feel itchy. That was even worse. Wasn't this asking for sex? This author was even more despicable. She felt itchy after seeing a heartless man. Not only was my reputation as a fast shooter destroyed, but my sister's reputation was also ruined. Chapter 652. In the following week, the promotion of Zhenhuan was in full swing. The trailer was broadcasted on various major media websites. Although the two popular artists, Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao, didn't participate, the gimmick of Qin Zhe's first attempt at a TV series still attracted a lot of attention from fans. Coupled with the fans of the actors themselves, Zhenhuan received a lot of attention. Even so, the new series wasn't scheduled and Shanghai TV station and Tianfeng were still arguing. It was Qin Zhe's first attempt at acting in a TV series and he encountered a predicament: his new series didn't sell. Qin Bao, who thought of herself as a considerate sister, brought Wang Zijin to the Xing Wang temple to ask for a fortune for Qin Zhe. When the illness is critical, I see no danger. When doctors meet, I will send it to you. The purple star retreated under the auspices of the ominous star, leaving it to you to plan. See, even Buddha said there's no problem. So, accompany me to go shopping this weekend. Qin Bao put her hands on her hips, full of confidence. Qin Zhe couldn't be bothered to remind her that there was no Buddha in the Xing Wang temple and that it was a completely different system. For the actors who acted in Zhenhuan, they probably hoped that their series would sell more than Qin Zhe. Tianfeng and Shanghai TV station's argument made them lose their composure. Chairman Qin, I know the host of the toilet seat. Do you want me to try? Yi Qin, who had a lot of connections, sent a message. Chairman Qin, I know a lot of people in the TV station. Do you want me to help you? Qian Shishir, who had a lot of connections in this area, had a lot of connections. A few other actors also mentioned it vaguely, afraid that they'd make Qin Zhe unhappy, so they didn't say it out loud. Actors like Feng Rui, who didn't have the right to text the big boss, also paid close attention to him. On this day, Qin Zhe unexpectedly received a call from the head of Suzhou TV station. The deputy chief editor in charge of the film industry had the surname Zhao. The call was transferred through Xiang Yi's assistant. The person who answered the call was his sister. She pressed down on the microphone and whispered to her younger brother who was watching a movie on the sofa, Suzhou TV station is calling. They're looking for you. Qin Zhe immediately went over to answer the phone. His sister gave up her office chair and conveniently placed her two plump buttocks on his lap. She wrapped her arms around his neck and listened by the side. Chief Editor Zhao? Qin Zhe smiled and said, Are you looking for me? He didn't know Chief Editor Zhao, but that didn't stop him from speaking as if he was meeting an old friend. CEO Qin, let's get straight to the point. I've seen the trailer for your new drama. I heard that you haven't sold it yet, right? Our TV station is very interested. This is not very convenient, Chief Editor Zhao, Qin Zhe said in a difficult tone. I have already discussed with the Shanghai TV station. Now we are only bargaining on the price. It was an unexpected surprise, but he couldn't agree. Suyu said that hiding his shortcomings was the most basic element of negotiation. You haven't signed a contract yet, right? The market is open to the public, not predetermined, right? Chief Editor Zhao said with a smile. That's true, Qin Zhe said helplessly. That's fine. You and our TV station are old acquaintances. Tomorrow is the weekend. Why don't you send the trailer for us to take a look? The reason why Suzhou TV station was interested in Zhenhuan was because of the anticipation on the internet. Its popularity was actually quite high. As a provincial TV station, Suzhou TV station had always been in an awkward position of being inferior to the best. In Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai, Suzhou TV station was inferior to Shanghai TV station and Zhejiang TV station. There hadn't been a popular TV series for many years. With a thirsty for talent attitude, they decided to watch Qin Zhe's new drama. Qin Zhe's reputation was the best signboard. So on the weekend, Qin Zhe asked Imoyu to take the trailer to Suzhou. Of course, the errand was done by his subordinates. Accompanying his sister to go shopping was what Hei's king should do. She was so tall and had such a graceful figure. Even if she wore a cap, a mask, and sunglasses, her long hair and alluring figure alone were enough to attract the attention of tourists. The weather in November was not as stuffy as last month. She was wearing a pair of cropped jeans. Her hips were swaying in a flirtatious manner. At sunset, she finally stopped to rest after walking until her heels hurt. Sitting on a public bench, Qin Zhe was one person away from her. I suddenly regret being a star, Qin Bao Bao said with a sigh. Because your vanity is satisfied? What? Am I just a greedy and vain woman in your heart? You wanted to be a star so badly. Didn't you rely on your beautiful face and good figure to show your divinity in front of people to satisfy your vanity? She thought about it and was too guilty to refute. She said weakly. Well, everyone has vanity. But it's so annoying to be a star. The more popular you are, the more annoying it is. You have to wear a mask when you go out, you have to worry about paparazzi. You have to pay special attention to your words and actions. I can't call you little red guy or black-hearted maggot in front of so many people. That seemed to be the case. She had not said these two catchphrases in a long time. I can't hold your arm and go shopping anymore. I can't find a cafe with you to sit down and eat dessert. I can't pretend to be your girlfriend at the University of Finance and Economics. I can't, you're so annoying. You chose your own path. It's too late to regret. Even if you disappear, you'll still be a star. When you're old, paparazzi will still take pictures of you and use the title, "The Goddess of the Past Has Become Yesterday." Popularity is irreversible. That's true. Okay, I'm not self-aware enough. Qin Bao Bao subconsciously wanted to throw her delicate body into her brother's arms. But with the lesson from the airport, she tilted her body slightly and resisted. The loneliness in her eyes disappeared in a flash. On Thursday, Qin Zhe received a call from the Suzhou TV station again. They wanted to buy Empresses in the Palace. It was unexpectedly straightforward. In fact, the Suzhou TV station had a meeting hosted by the deputy director and discussed by a few managing editors. They gave Empresses in the Palace the greatest affirmation with their professional eyes. First of all, there was no problem with the quality of the film. If they bought such a film, at least they wouldn't have to worry about it being a flop. Secondly, there was the price. The rich TV station did not lack money. Compared to the Shanghai TV station, they were more decisive. Qin Zhe took a car to Suzhou that day and both parties signed the contract. Deputy Director Chen came to visit again. He was prepared for a tug-of-war. When a TV station bought a TV series, it was not as simple as paying for it. After all, it was a business that could easily cost hundreds of millions. As for the Shanghai TV station, of course, they wanted to buy it. They recognized the quality of Empresses in the Palace. But considering the low cost, the TV station felt that it was reasonable to lower the price. Unexpectedly, Qin Zhe did not appear this time. The person in charge of negotiating with him was Qin Bao Bao. Is CEO Qin not here today? Deputy Director Chen asked. Yes. Qin Bao Bao asked her assistant to serve tea. She smiled and said, he's busy. Also, he doesn't need to appear for this matter. Deputy Director Chen did not catch the meaning behind her words. He nodded and said, CEO Qin, after returning to the TV station, I'll try my best to fight for you. The TV station will agree to increase the price by 20 million at most. In terms of time, they could afford to waste time. The one who could not afford to waste time was Tianfeng Entertainment. However, they could not really insist on not giving in, because the other party did not only have the TV station as their only choice. Therefore, after wasting some time, the Shanghai TV station chose to take a step back. It seemed that the pressure on Tianfeng's side was much heavier now compared to the first negotiation. Qin Bao Bao smiled. We really hope to cooperate with the Shanghai TV station. After all, Qinze and I grew up watching your TV station. But once a "but" was added to any good words, the situation would inevitably turn for the worse. But we've already sold Empresses in the Palace to the Suzhou TV station. Sold? Deputy Director Chen was shocked and stunned for a while. Sold to the Suzhou TV station? No, we're still in negotiations. It was inexplicably intercepted. Qin Bao said, Deputy Director Chen, we haven't signed the contract yet. Suzhou is willing to pay a high price. Tianfang has no reason to reject, right? This clearly means that I'm not playing with you anymore. Deputy Director Chen was caught off guard. During the filming of Zhenhuan, many TV stations visited the set. Most of them left because of the price or because they did not think highly of it. In an era where traffic was king, they preferred TV shows with little fresh meat as the lead. The Shanghai TV station thought highly of the potential of Zhenhuan, so they left it until the end. Therefore, Tianfang did not have many choices. Even if they found another buyer, it would take time. This was what the Shanghai TV station was counting on. Who would have thought that in just a week, Zhenhuan would be sold? Deputy Director Chen left gloomily. Qin Bao sent him off and returned to the office. Qinze lay motionless on the sofa. His breathing was long, and he seemed to have fallen asleep. She tiptoed closer and looked at him quietly for a moment. Then, she leaned over and kissed him on the forehead. She left? Qinze opened his eyes. She left. Qin Bao pretended to be calm. Qinze closed his eyes again and scolded in his mind, System, 5 years is not enough. How about 10 years? Chapter 653. The point store has everything you need, there's no shortage of resources for your development, the system said. But I don't have enough points. If I really want to build a super corporation, Qinze complained, I don't even have enough points to exchange for a black technology. Must I rely on black technology to make money? The system said faintly, as long as you have the slightest desire to show off, the points will come in droves. The key is that I'm living a comfortable life now. I have endless money, a beautiful girlfriend, and a capable sister. I really can't find a reason to fight against the heavens and earth and show off everywhere, Qinze said helplessly. The system's mission won't be given out for no reason, and it won't give out things that the host can't do. The key is that you have this desire in your heart, but you just don't want to admit it. It's the comfortable life that's suppressing your ambition. The system said, the mission's existence is to give you a motivation to pursue what you want. Even so, I'm always busy. I have a sister and 2 girlfriends to feed, I don't have time to devote to business, Qinze said. Then why don't you borrow the women? The system said seriously, I have a way to suppress your hormones, so you'll be even more immovable than Lu Xiahui. Qinze said, a business empire is actually pretty good. The system said, you're still so sensible, just like when I was living in your body. Just now, when he was lying on the sofa in the office and reading the news, he saw the reporters talking about how old Ma single-handedly built an internet business empire, revealing the life behind the scenes of the internet's big boss. Thinking about his own life, his total assets were only 40 billion, and his market value was even less. He didn't even have a listed company. Qinze's heart involuntarily felt that this was what a real man should be like. Then, the lowly system's mission came. Build a corporation with a market value of trillions in 5 years. Fortunately, it wasn't total assets, or else Qinze's life would be over early. A market value of trillions didn't mean that total assets were trillions. Some listed companies had tens of billions of assets, but their market value was a few times or even 10 times. The mission wasn't difficult. He was now worth tens of billions, and his assets reaching hundreds of billions was just a matter of time. After Qinze's VR equipment was released, Dongfeng Technology would use this new technology to create a new market value, but the premise was that it had to be listed. Merge the companies in his hands, form a new group, and then consider going public. He only needed to split up and reorganize the assets, and the salted fish group would take shape. Then, it would be ready to go public. But the problem was that after the group was established, wouldn't the sisters go their own way and set up a headquarters and work together every day? This is very dangerous, in case Suyu wants to play office. But when he thought about it, it was a little exciting. He had always watched his sisters bicker and quarrel with each other in their daily lives, and now it was boring. Wouldn't it be exciting to sit in the office and argue endlessly one day and scheme against each other? When the time came, the salted fish group would be divided into many factions. There would be the crying monsters faction, the wet tissue faction, the teddy faction, and even Sister Man would be dragged in to join in the fun. Thinking of this, the corner of his mouth raised slightly. If you're an ambitious and ruthless person who's able to expand your territory, then you'll naturally be a bystander and leisurely. But you're just a salted fish. When the time comes, the first one to die will definitely be you. The system mercilessly stabbed him with a knife. Qin was stunned, and then the smile on his face gradually disappeared. It's all my fault for being too gentle to girls. I should change. Don't change. You're hopeless. Your character can't be developed in a few days. You lowlife, where did you get the confidence to mock me? The companies were not listed yet, so merging was easy. After forming the group, the listing could be left to Suyu. He could slowly discuss with his sisters about the transfer of manpower and other matters. It was not difficult to have a market value of trillions. There were many good things in the point store. What he needed to do was not to work hard like the other founders. He just needed to work hard and show off. Only by showing off could he trigger the mission, and only by showing off could he earn points. Showing off could not make Qin happy, but showing off could earn him points. After understanding this, he threw the mission to the back of his mind. Since he had 5 years, there was no hurry. In comparison, he was more concerned about the ratings of Zhenhuan. Zhenhuan had already been set. Suzhou TV station, in conjunction with Tianfeng Entertainment, was promoting it on the internet. It would be at the beginning of next month, 2 weeks later. 2 weeks passed quickly. Zhenhuan premiered. Qin, his sister, and Wang Zijin watched 2 episodes at home. The story was about the Qing dynasty during the reign of Yongzheng. Of course, this was just an elegant title. It was commonly known as a palace drama. Yongzheng was a rare wise emperor in the Qing dynasty. When he took over the country from the stallion Lao Zi, the Qing dynasty was already in decline. In history, Yongzheng's sudden death was most likely due to exhaustion. The foundation of Qianlong's golden age was laid by Yongzheng. Unfortunately, his father Kangxi was a stallion, and his son Qianlong was a stallion among stallions. If he was not sleeping with women, he was on the way to sleeping with women. Moreover, he was not as good as Lao Zi. During Qianlong's era, the early stages were prosperous, and the later stages were declining. From the perspective of a commoner, it was the son who slowly squandered away the wealth left by his father. If one did not study history, Qianlong was probably the most famous emperor of the Qing dynasty. However, if one did, one would find that Qianlong was an emperor with a mixed reputation. His shortcomings were obvious. It was only the TV series and textbooks that brushed over his blemishes. For example, he created a literary prison. For example, he firmly implemented the policy of seclusion. When Qin watched the TV series, he talked about the history of the Qing dynasty. Wang Zijin listened with great interest and was very impressed. She had some understanding of the history of the Qing dynasty. Qin Bao was shocked. That's not right. Don't you hate the Qing dynasty and modern history? How do you know so much? Also, you don't even know history. How did you write the script? The person who knew him the most in the world was definitely Bao. Qin defended himself. Yongzheng was far from the end of the Qing dynasty. He did dislike the history after the end of the Qing dynasty because it was too tragic. From the end of the Qing dynasty to the Republic of China, it was the most humiliating chapter in the history of Chinese civilization. When he was young, Qin had a glass heart. He did not like this part of history. Later, when he matured, he read this part of history again. He found it very interesting and magnificent. The female lead of Zhen Huan was played by Yi Lu. The imperial concubine was Qian Shishir. The empress was Lu Wei. Not long after, these two people would become famous because of the words, "Bitches are pretentious," and "I can't do it." Women loved to watch palace dramas. Wang Zijin and Qin Bao Bao were no exception. They were quickly attracted to the TV series. The two fat women were very interested in the TV series. At the same time, they were deep in thought. The sisters were silently upgrading their palace drama skills. Qin Zhe thought so. In fact, most of the details in palace dramas were not useful in reality. First of all, others might not be able to understand the hidden needle in the silk floss. Even if they did, it might not be as amazing as it was portrayed in the dramas. Palace dramas were more like the author's self-satisfaction. They were as good as they said. The logic was like a mystery novel. It seemed to be interconnected and exciting, but most mystery novel authors did not know how to make deductions. After watching the 2 episodes, the sisters still wanted more. They said that they wanted to watch the source directly tomorrow. They didn't want to catch up. Qin Zhe was actually quite bored. Men would never understand women's palace dramas. Just like how women would never understand men's adventurous feelings. In men's eyes, wasn't it tiring to fight and scheme all day long? In women's eyes, wasn't it boring to fight and level up all day long? Will it become popular? Qin Zhe asked. Of course, your work will become popular. Wang Zijin was the same as Su Yu. She was very confident in Qin Zhe. Because ever since she knew him, this man had always been outstanding and talented. He rarely failed in the things he did. No, he never failed. Whether it was his songwriting or the company's profits, he had no precedent of being defeated. It's not our business whether it's good or not. It's already sold. If it doesn't become popular, I'll make you laugh to death. Qin Bao Bao bared her teeth. In her impression, no matter how talented Qin Zhe was now, the figure of that loser had always been imprinted in the deepest part of her heart. Which one did Hei's King or Salted Fish Lake prefer? Qin Bao Bao herself couldn't tell. She used to complain that he was useless in her heart because Salted Fish Lake could only bow to fate. Now she missed it because Salted Fish Lake only belonged to her, and Hei's King was too dazzling and brilliant. After watching TV, Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin took a bath together. The two girlfriends soaked naked in the warm water. The air was filled with the similar smell of roses and the rich fragrance of essential oil. Qin Bao Bao stared at Wang Zijin fiercely, which made her scared. What are you looking at? What's wrong with looking at you? Do you want to fight? You can't beat me. I just suddenly feel that your chest has become bigger. Wang Zijin felt guilty. No, I don't think so. Qin Zhe's words appeared in her mind. Sister Ziwei, it doesn't matter if your chest is small. If you rub it, it will become bigger. Qin Bao Bao, yes. You're wearing a bra now. Don't you think it's tight? It's a little bigger. It's useless. It's not as big as yours. Wang Zijin attacked Qin Bao Bao's buttocks and made her **** shape. Bao Bao was suddenly ******. She had goosebumps all over her body. She screamed and quickly fought back. There was a **** battle in the pool. When they were tired, they lay on the edge of the pool, their delicate bodies bobbing in the water. Wang Zijin said, Zhenhuan's fax is good. The dialogue in it is very scheming. Can you tell that the Empress is a scheming bitch? No, I don't like Consort Hua. This level of coquettishness can actually win the Emperor's favor. Qin Bao Bao, who had been a professional coquettish for 20 years, had a look of disdain on her face. Wang Zijin, brainless. Smart women quietly dig holes. What's the use of acting coquettishly? Qin Bao Bao, smart women are the ones who act coquettishly. Too scheming and too many tricks. In the eyes of smart men, it's very unscrupulous. Especially men like A's who can be persuaded but not cowed by force. He's a bit of a clean freak. What do you mean by unscrupulous? It means that you guys in the capital have all the jobs. Get the hell out of here. Chapter 654. Readers' reactions. This chapter will seriously affect the reading experience. Everyone, please give me some face, my face is big, and share this chapter with those who want to like it. Wang Zijin felt that Qin Bao Bao was secretly mocking her. She was definitely not being paranoid. Qin Bao Bao was very familiar with such harsh words. Shrewd and scheming bitch. These words were not very glamorous, but when Wang Zijin heard them, she could not help but put herself in their shoes. She was indeed very scheming. Everyone in her small circle probably felt the same way. When she was still a student, she would make the girls who came looking for trouble suffer just by showing a little of her fierceness. However, when she was mocked by her closest friend like this, she felt a little sad. Hence, Wang Zijin slowly sat down and submerged half of her face into the water. Look at how petty you are. Qin Bao Bao gently chopped Wang Zijin's head with her hand. The two of them were very close. Wang Zijin looked up, but she could not see Qin Bao Bao's face. Her face was blocked by two lumps of flesh that weighed several kilograms. What a low volume of breasts. Don't be sarcastic. Wang Zijin rolled her eyes and splashed a scoop of water on Qin Bao Bao's chest. Shut up, you wet your chest. I'm not being sarcastic. Qin Bao Bao patted her head. Scheming bitch, green tea bitch, what a good word. It's an affirmation of your IQ. Silly and sweet women will never amount to anything in life. It's fine if you meet a domineering CEO, but if you don't, you'll be bullied for the rest of your life. Wang Zijin, that made sense. Qin Bao Bao changed the topic. But sometimes, I do feel that you're quite annoying. You're too scheming. Wang Zijin, when we were in high school, a lot of girls talked about you in private. They said that you were evil and cunning. When someone bullied you, you ruined their reputation and transferred them to another school. You even sent the rich second generation who pursued you to the detention center. Everyone keeps their distance from you. Qin Bao Bao said, but do you know why I like to make friends with you? Wang Zijin, in any case, they can't be desk mates. Do you know what other girls are saying about me in private? I know, vixen, slut. Qin Bao Bao snorted, she's just a pretty face with good grades. What's there to be proud of? Were these words used to curse people? That's a compliment. I'm so happy every time I hear it. Isn't she just relying on her looks? Isn't it just a good figure? This shameless big-breasted vixen is destined to be a mistress in the future. Qin Bao Bao said proudly, how sour. But this is all recognition of my face and figure. Why wouldn't I be happy? But I really think that scheming bitches have no future. This is not the era of 3 wives and 4 concubines. What's the use of learning so many harem dramas? You have the dragon-slaying technique, but there are no dragons in this world. As a woman, it's enough to be self-reliant and know how to act coquettishly. Only then will your husband dote on you. No, no. Before you change your brother complex, I think harem dramas are still very useful. Wang Zijin scratched her head in distress. She couldn't explain it to her best friend. She also knew Qin Bao Bao very well. Since high school, this best friend often told her that she had a younger brother who was very good at fighting. If he hadn't transferred to another school because of his bad grades, no one in high school would have dared to talk bad about them behind their backs. In the 3 years when Wang Zijin was in high school in Shanghai, Qin Bao Bao had never gone shopping with her on weekends. Firstly, in that era, people didn't have much money in their pockets, so it was not popular. Secondly, she always talked on Fridays about where she wanted to go with her brother on weekends. It seemed that her spare time was all about her brother. This was a brother complex, and a deep one. At that time, she didn't think there was anything wrong with it, until later she met Qin Zhe. To be honest, when she first flirted with Qin Zhe, she thought that it was easy for single people to control each other. She flirted with Qin Bao Bao because of Qin Zhe. As long as she made Qin Zhe have a good impression of her and started to pursue her, it would be fine. Think about it, when the two of them were in private, Qin Zhe would say, "Sister, sister, I like Sister Ziwei very much. Help me pursue her." After a long time, Qin Bao Bao understood the reality that a grown brother couldn't be kept at home. Naturally, she changed her brother complex habit. That was her initial thought. Later. She never thought that she would be the first to fall into this relationship. A handsome man was not enough to make her like him. There were too many handsome men, and they were like chives that grew again when the spring breeze blew. However, a handsome and talented man couldn't be compared to those men who were inexperienced and worked hard to make a name for themselves. But can you imagine? A man like him had a good personality, wasn't straight, wasn't arrogant because of his talent, was humorous and witty, and liked to flirt. He fulfilled almost all the criteria that most girls had for a partner. When Wang Zijin came to her senses, she had already fallen in love with Qin Zhe. "Zijin, since we're so close, when we have children in the future, wouldn't it be interesting to make an arranged marriage or become sworn siblings?" Qin Bao Bao sat down in the water and sat side by side with Wang Zijin. That wasn't good. They were cousins after all. Becoming sworn siblings was superfluous, but an arranged marriage was too much. Was it an inherited sibling complex? "Didn't you say that you won't marry in your life?" Wang Zijin squinted. She didn't fall into Qin Bao Bao's trap. If she refused, wouldn't it be obvious that she had an affair with Qin Zhe? If she agreed, the reward would be unreasonable. Who knows what will happen in the future? Maybe you'll find someone pleasing to the eye and get married in a flash. Qin Bao Bao sighed. "If you're always single, you'll become a pervert," Wang Zijin probed. After all, after knowing everything about Qin Zhe, she didn't want to live a single life anymore. As a teacher, it was important to impart knowledge. In this aspect, Qin Zhe was her teacher. It's not bad to be alone. There's nothing bad about it. Qin Bao Bao said in a matter-of-fact tone. "See, I told you. You don't look decent, but your personality is cold." Wang Zijin chuckled. "Get lost. You're different." Wang Zijin said in her heart. We're different. Under the water, she gently rubbed her legs. On the first day of the premiere of Legend of Empresses in the Palace, there were a lot of good reviews. There were many palace dramas on the market, and many of them were popular. Legend of Empresses in the Palace was different from the other palace dramas in the market. Its lines were very strict, and there was intrigue everywhere. Awkward lines were a common problem in current TV dramas, but Legend of Empresses in the Palace was different. Its lines were imitated from Dream of the Red Chamber, so it had a kind of immersive charm that made people feel comfortable watching it. The strict plot made it even more unconventional. The characters were well drawn, and the actors' acting skills were generally good. However, since it was the premiere, the good reviews online were limited to Suzhou TV's official website, official Weibo, and the audience's word of mouth. There was no phenomenon of an instant explosion on the internet, but to Suzhou TV, the ratings were extremely gratifying. Ratings, 0, 314%. The ratings for a single episode were about the same as the ratings for the day. Because there were only 2 episodes, 0. 314 was the average rating for the 2 episodes. For Suzhou TV, whose TV ratings did not exceed 0. 2, this rating was heaven-defying. Even the deputy station head was shocked and called Chief Editor Zhao to ask about the situation. At this time, Chief Editor Zhao was in his office. The smile on his face had not faded. When he received the call from the deputy station head, he was very proud. A rating of 0. 3 broke our TV station's 3-year record. After a series of inquiries, the deputy station head's mood improved when he received a confirmation. This is something that Qin Zhe filmed. It can't be bad. Chief Editor Zhao was full of smiles. Old Zhao, you have a good eye. The deputy station head praised. The smile on chief editor Zhao's face became more obvious. Before they decided to spend money to buy Empresses in the Palace, the department in charge of film and TV series had a short meeting. A deputy station head, 2 chief editors, and 3 deputy chief editors had a short meeting. At that time, a few of them had clearly expressed their opposition. They felt that Suzhou TV's ratings were only so and were not worth the money. But now, Chief Editor Su and Deputy Chief Editor Zhang, who had objected at that time, were smiling so widely that their mouths almost reached their ears. This was because of the exciting ratings. The ratings for the premiere were good because of the promotion by the station and Tianfang. It might decline in the future. We have to stabilize it, understand? Continue to invest in promotion and advertise more, the deputy station head said. Understood. As long as we stabilize this rating, we will be able to enter the top 10 in the national rating rankings. Chief Editor Zhao said, if we move the schedule back a few months and avoid the previous few high-traffic TV series, the ratings might be able to go up another level. The deputy station head said helplessly, it's meaningless. This is for the top 3. It's good enough if we can stabilize the top 10. If we move it back, we will still encounter IP series. The ratings for Empresses in the Palace were very pleasing. It was a high-quality show, but there was still a big gap between it and those popular TV series. For example, it was normal for TV series starring popular young actors and actresses to break 1 for the premiere. It was not uncommon for them to break 2 or 3 for the premiere. The highest ratings for a single episode and the highest for the day were about 6% and 5% respectively in recent years. The premiere of Empresses in the Palace only had a rating of 0.3. Of course, the final average rating was mostly a little over 1. It was very rare for it to break 2. For example, Sister Lu's XX story broke the record at the beginning. It had 210 million views in 10 hours on various platforms. Then, it plummeted. The final average rating was only a little over 1. Chief Editor Zhao felt that it would be good if the final average rating could be stable at 0.3 or even 0.4. Chapter 655. The next day, Qin Zhe copied the source from the company and took it home. Wang Zijin and Qin Bao Bao inserted the USB and watched Zhenhuan on LCD TV through local video. Since then, the 2 sisters went to work every day with dark circles under their eyes. The real good drama was like drugs, which made people unable to stop. They always wanted to go to sleep after watching the episode, but they couldn't help watching episode after episode. This was similar to the novel. Hiding in the bed and reading, thinking about going to sleep after reading this chapter. If you don't pay attention, it's 3:00 in the morning. What's worse is that they have to get up early to go to work tomorrow. Wang Zijin was even worse. She had to get up early to run, so the lunch break with Qin Zhe was cancelled and changed to a nap. Qin Zhe didn't care about the cancellation. In high school, boys and girls liked to talk on the phone very much. They were poor, so they borrowed other people's phones to chat with their girlfriends. They stopped others and didn't pay back the phone bill. The nature was particularly bad. At that time, Qin Zhe didn't have a girlfriend to talk on the phone. He occasionally chatted with his sister. Now that he had grown up, he was even less interested in talking on the phone. He was angry that the opportunity to sleep at night was gone. The 2 sisters went back to their room to rest at about 12:00. He had to wait for his sister to fall asleep before he attacked Sister Ziwei at night. It was too late. He was also reluctant to overwork Wang Zijin. Fortunately, there was Suyu. Suyu complained a little in recent days. It's not that Qin Zhe didn't accompany her, but she suddenly found that Qin Zhe had returned to his previous brave state. Did you sleep with Wang Zijin? At noon, in the all-season hotel opposite the company, Suyu held Qin Zhe's weakness and her tone was full of threats. Women are sensitive, not only mentally sensitive, but also physically sensitive. She had already noticed that Qin Zhe's firepower was not concentrated enough. With salted fish Zay's nature, she subconsciously wanted to deny it, but she thought about it and nodded silently after a moment of silence. Suyu was stunned for a long time. She didn't say anything, didn't cry, didn't scratch his face with her nails. She just rolled over, rolled the quilt on her body, wrapped her slender body, and then rolled to the corner of the bed and curled up. Just like in the past. Qin Zay felt guilty and hugged her gently from behind. He wanted to say something, but found that words were very weak at this time. 10 minutes later, seeing that it was almost time for the hourly room, Suyu fell asleep. They must be tired. Just now, they had done almost an hour of intense exercise. Qin Zay called the front desk and extended the time to the whole day. She didn't wake up until 2:00 in the afternoon. After a simple shower, she left the hotel. Suyu checked out of the room, and Qin Zay was waiting for her at the door wearing a mask and sunglasses. "What do you want to eat tonight?" "I'll make it for you," Qin Zay said softly. Suyu looked at him. "Is this compensation?" Without waiting for him to answer, Suyu retracted his gaze, lowered his eyes slightly, and said lightly, "No, I have an appointment with Sister Man tonight." She was still angry. She forced herself to pretend to be calm, but her disguise was too clumsy. In the past, every time she came out of the hotel, she would happily hug Qin Zay's arm, but now she didn't. Her temperament was cold and her expression was indifferent, but she only pretended to be a cold goddess in front of outsiders. She subconsciously put on the mask that she was used to, which showed that her heart was in a mess. After a few days of fermentation, the reputation of Zhenhuan continued to explode. After the plot unfolded, its attraction and charm really showed. The heartless and devoted emperor, the scheming empress, the domineering and shrewd concubine, and all kinds of harem beauties. The female lead was walking on thin ice in the harem, surviving carefully. Her wit of pretending to be sick and avoiding bed service made the audience's eyes light up. In the early stage, avoiding bed service caused her to be neglected. In a novel, it was a typical suppression first and then rise, which was especially good at scratching the audience's heart. There was no problem with the logic. According to the online audience, the lines were foreshadowing, and they couldn't bear to fast forward. With the explosion of the reputation, the ratings rose steadily. Not only did the female audience like it, but even men who didn't like to watch palace dramas were deeply attracted. This show is toxic. After watching a few episodes, I can't help but follow my wife every day. I can't stop at all. The plot is tight and the logic is meticulous. Even a palace drama can be watched. It's much better than those starring little fresh meats. The acting in Zhenhuan is super good. Qian Shishi's acting is great. Her performance as concubine Hua makes people want to hit her. According to Suzhou TV's statistics, the highest rating for a single day had exceeded 1%, and the average rating had risen from 0.314% to 0.591%. This made the middle and upper management of Suzhou TV extremely excited. Continue to advertise. Buy the 60-second spot for Lazy Cat video for a week. Get someone to contact Tian Fong and ask them to help with the promotion. Forget it, I'll do it myself. We want to hit the average rating of 1%. Chief Editor Zhao was giving out orders in his office. The popularity of Zhenhuan was beyond many people's expectations. When they bought it, they had a hunch that it wouldn't be buried, but they didn't expect it to be so popular. The original target of 0.3% was overturned several times in the past few days. 0, 4, 0, 5, 0, 6, and now it was expected to hit 1%. If the average rating of 1% and above, it would be ranked in the top 3 in the country. Suzhou TV hadn't had such a TV series for many years. When Chief Editor Zhao called Qin Zay, he had just separated from Suyu. He was at Tianfeng Entertainment, negotiating a contract with the head of a Shanghai branch of an online broadcasting platform. After Zhenhuan became popular, the other party immediately came to buy the online broadcasting rights. Few young people nowadays were willing to watch TV. Online copyright was the king. This era was slowly entering the internet era, and the TV series industry was not spared. A few years ago, TV copyright was more important than online copyright. But now, many new TV series chose to premiere online. The contract was signed smoothly. The online copyright of Zhenhuan was sold at a price of 3 million per episode, for a total of 75 episodes. However, the speed of the online version could not exceed the broadcast speed of the satellite TV. At present, the satellite TV had broadcast 12 episodes of Zhenhuan. Even if the online version was released, it would not lower the ratings. Instead, it would become a second hit on the internet, which would drive the ratings up. If it was in the past, the TV station would have to stop the online copyright from being sold. But times were different now. The era of the TV station's dominance was over. Countless precedents had proven that it was mutually beneficial for both the online and satellite TV to be broadcast together. The popularity of Zhenhuan also made Tianfeng Entertainment very excited, especially the artists who participated in the show. Their anxious hearts finally relaxed and were replaced by great joy. A popular TV series would bring unimaginable benefits to the stars. It was far more important than the salary. Artists who continuously produced outstanding works would prosper in the entertainment industry. Artists who didn't produce outstanding works for a long time were called has-been stars. Qian Shishir pulled Yi Lu and Lu Wei to Qin Zai's office to drink. In the past, when only Qin Bao was around, Yi Lu and Lu Wei wouldn't come. Qian Shishir was familiar with the siblings, but they weren't familiar with Qin Bao. Their relationship was more of a boss and employee relationship. They were only friends with Qin Zai. Thank you, CEO Qin, for giving me a second spring. Qian Shishir raised her glass. Toast. It's the second spring of my career. Qin Zai clinked glasses with her. Then, he clinked glasses with Lu Wei, Yi Lu, and his sister. She became popular without any suspense. Her Weibo followers increased tremendously. Her fans were much more active than before. Every day, people would leave comments under her Weibo, Concubine Hua. There were also people who scolded her after watching the TV series. But even so, she was happy. It was the greatest recognition of her acting skills. From then on, she got rid of the title of variety star. In these few days, she seemed to have found the passion and ambition she had when she graduated. Last night, she cried in her blanket. If Qin Zai didn't have a girlfriend, she would have married him. CEO Qin, I don't care. I'll follow you for sure. Qian Shishir grinned. You still have a 5-year contract. You can't leave even if you want to, Yi Lu teased. After 2 weeks of hard weight loss, her slightly round chin returned to its sharpness. She was glowing and in a good state. You still have good taste. You signed a 10-year contract. You're so bold. Look, I'll let you be the female lead. Qian Shishir sighed. As the female lead, Yi Lu was the one who benefited the most. When Zhenhuan ended, she would naturally be able to enter the ranks of A-listers. A-listers were at the top of the pyramid in the entertainment industry. Many female artists dreamed of it. The difference between A-listers and B-listers could be measured in terms of money. But I also signed a 10-year contract. Why can't I be the female lead? Lu Wei looked at Qin Zai with a faint smile. This was a bit like a harem fight for favor. Qin Zai hurriedly looked at his sister. His sister knew the big picture and her expression was normal. Qian Shishir laughed. Why are you jealous? There are so many female artists in Tianfeng. You're the only one who kissed CEO Qin. Also, which movie didn't include you in? This woman, of all people, had to rub it in. Qin Zai felt as if he was being cut by a sharp gaze beside him, and his small hands trembled slightly. Oh right, did you receive an invitation to the Golden Horse Awards at the end of the month? Yi Lu smiled. Yes, Journey to the West was nominated. I was nominated too. I didn't want to go but my sister was nominated too. So, I might have to go to Taiwan at the end of the month, Qin Zai said. You'll definitely get the Best Actor award, Lu Wei said. Not necessarily. Qian Shishir analyzed. CEO Qin entered the industry too late. Strictly speaking, he's not a professional actor. He'll probably be nominated and then go over. Let's drink, Qin Zhe interrupted. He didn't care about the awards that the artists in the entertainment industry saw as glory. His vision was different. He wanted to set up a super corporation and then watch his sisters fight with their henchmen. He was Hei's king. The reason why he entered the entertainment industry was to kiss his sister openly. He could touch her butt and breathe in her cleavage while filming a bed scene. Zhenhuan became popular. A certain department in Shanghai TV station was shrouded in dark clouds. After the meeting, Deputy Director Chen returned to his office. His expression was terrible. You guys pushed the blame faster than anyone else. You guys were the ones who decided to lower the price. Now, I'm the one to take the blame. But what could he do? He was the deputy director and they were the main director. Zhenhuan was supposed to be given to Shanghai TV station, but because of the price, the contract couldn't be signed. Then, Suzhou TV station appeared out of nowhere and snatched it. So what if they snatched it? But it actually became popular. It wasn't just popular. It was already November. Based on the results, Zhenhuan would definitely be one of the hottest dramas of the year. There was news on the internet that Zhenhuan was supposed to be given to Shanghai TV station, but because they couldn't agree on the price, it was snatched by Suzhou TV station. The director of the TV station mentioned this in a meeting and criticized it. Deputy Director Chen, who was in charge of this, was the first to bear the brunt. The blame was placed on Deputy Director Chen. Was it because he couldn't agree on the price? The TV station's target was here. If he didn't have the ability to settle the matter, who else would take the blame? Don't ask about the process, only the result. It was a routine used by the system. It was foreseeable that for a long time, he would be frequently mentioned by the TV station staff as a sinner and become the topic of conversation after dinner. Just thinking about it made him angry. At 9:30 in the evening, after dinner, Nan Man Pei and Suyu sat in the clubhouse drinking tea. It was 20 years old It was not suitable to drink green tea at night. Nan Man Pei carefully observed Suyu's expression. She seemed depressed all night. Her appetite was quite good, but today, she only ate half a bowl. Other than being in a daze, she was still in a daze. He had to ask her 3 times before she could come back to her senses. In addition, her eyes were a little swollen. She had obviously cried in the afternoon. If you have something on your mind, just say it. Nan Man Pei took a sip of black tea. I'm still very qualified to be a loyal listener. Occasionally, I can also guest act as an emotional consultant. Nothing. Suyu pursed her lips. She didn't want to say, so Nan Man Pei didn't ask more. There was no need to ask more. Suyu's emotions were only linked to one person. Who else but that salted fish? Quarreled? It was a little unexpected. Although the salted fish was a little fickle, he had always doted on Suyu. Finally, they had a conflict. I want to drink. Sister man, accompany me to the bar. Suyu said. Oh, she was planning to drown her sorrows in alcohol? Chapter 656. I'm not going. I have to rush home to watch Zhenhuan Zhuan. Nan Man Pei refused flatly. After that, she saw her best friend's absurd and unruly expression and said with a smile, "What's so strange?" Suyu's mouth twitched. Nan Man Pei would watch palace dramas. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem like her style. You never watch these things. Suyu said angrily, I know you're a loyal viewer of news simulcast and follow it every day. Because it's a script written by Qin Zhe, I want to see how it's shot. Nan Man Pei leisurely said, it's very interesting, the layout is far-reaching, every sentence is scheming, and the foreshadowing is buried very deep. But the most interesting is the 4 words, scheming. His grasp of women's mind surprised me. How to say, Forget it, don't say it. Suyu pouted. Are you going with me or not? I'm old, I don't like to go to lively places. But if you don't go with me, I won't dare to go alone. Suyu frowned. She was ready to get drunk. Nan Man Pei didn't have many friends that she could confide in. Suyu was one of them. She always treated her like a sister, so she nodded helplessly. They found a bar that was not so noisy. It was not far from the clubhouse and only took 10 minutes to drive there. The bar's light was soft, and the resident female singer was very beautiful. She wore an off-the-shoulder dress and had long black hair. The male singer was a middle-aged uncle. He sang Chin Zai's, exaggerated. The male singer's voice was very strong and his Cantonese pronunciation was standard. Chin Zai's songs occupied half of the bar. In 10 songs, there must be 1 or 2 of his songs. The bar was chosen by Nan Man Pei. Suyu's closed-door, interpersonal communication doomed her to rarely set foot in places like bars. The per capita consumption here was about 2 months of an ordinary white-collar worker's salary. Suyu and Nan Man Pei stepped into the bar. For a moment, it seemed that even the lights dimmed. The drinkers at the door subconsciously glanced at it and couldn't move their eyes away as if they were attracted by a magnet. In a place like Shanghai, there were many beautiful women who liked to hang out in bars late at night. It was a pleasant surprise to occasionally see a beautiful woman with a beautiful face and figure. It was already rare for a woman to be 1.7 meters tall, but the two of them were even taller by a few centimeters. Their figures were already eye-catching, but their looks and temperament were even better. In the eyes of outsiders, Suyu has always been a cold goddess. With her beautiful and refined face, she is like a snow lotus floating into the chaotic crowd. She is beautiful, but there is a sense of contradiction. People like her should not come to the bar. If it was Qin Bao Bao who hung out in nightclubs and bars, there would be no sense of disharmony. The men would be extremely excited. Look, here comes a top-grade vixen. Nan Man Pei's sense of contradiction is even stronger. She has long since faded away from the girl's liveliness and bright charm. She has a maturity and intellectuality that has been washed away. She has the fierceness and strength that ordinary pretty girls can never cultivate. The young man's eyes moved on the flawless faces of Suyu and Nan Man Pei. The glutton paid more attention to the hip and leg shape outlined by Suyu's slim pencil pants, as well as Nan Man Pei's heavy chest that could hang several pounds of amorous feelings. Nan Man Pei ordered 2 bottles of beer. Suyu waved her small hand and said, "Give me a dozen." Suyu, a weak chicken who would get dizzy after a glass of red wine, certainly couldn't drink so much beer. But knowing that she was in a bad mood today, Nan Man Pei let her do what she wanted. When she had the courage to sleep with Qin Zai, she didn't drink much, just a few bottles of beer. As soon as the wine came, Suyu blew half a bottle, burped very unladylike, and then drank slowly with a bitter face. Pei Nan Man accompanied her as she took small sips of wine and lit up a lady's cigarette. The bar was very spacious, and there was a passage for 2 people in front of each table. The people who drank here were some decent people with a little money, or the petty bourgeoisie who forced themselves to consume once. They were older, and there were no young boys and girls in their teens or 20s. After drinking 2 bottles of beer, the waitress came over with 2 glasses of mixed wine and whispered softly, "2 ladies, this is the guest at table 8. He invited you to drink." A middle-aged man at table 8 nodded and smiled at Nan Man Pei. Suyu's small face was already red, her eyes were blurred, and she slammed the table angrily. "What's the treat? Don't I have money? Do I need to be invited to drink?" The waitress suddenly looked embarrassed. Nan Man Pei waved his hand. "Thank the gentleman for me, but there's no need for the wine." The guest said so, and the waitress had no choice, so she put the 2 glasses of wine back on the tray and turned away. In fact, there were not many gallant phenomena in the bar. It could be seen occasionally, because most of the women who came to drink were accompanied by men. Maybe they were husbands or boyfriends. If you send wine to someone's girlfriend, wife, in front of them, do you want to fight? Only when they meet a single woman, or a few women, and one or several of them are particularly beautiful, the men will send wine. Then they will look for opportunities to chat. The middle-aged man at table 8 didn't mind at all and continued to chat and drink with his friends. Suyu drank one glass of wine after another, trying to extinguish the depression in her heart, and Nan Man Pei accompanied her to drink. Not long after, another person came to chat. It was a young man, who looked at most 30, and was very handsome. "Can I sit here?" He smiled. His dress was very ordinary, but the watch on his wrist was very good, 6-digit. After he sat down, he inadvertently pulled up his sleeve to reveal his watch. Naturally, he did not hide from Nan Man Pei's shrewd eyes. Nan Man Pei glanced at Suyu, who was drinking by herself, and smiled. "Sorry, we want to drink quietly. Drinking is bad for the body. Drinking and chatting is the best way to send away troubles." The man smiled and said, "Do you mind if I'm a listener?" He said and sat down. Suyu was annoyed and squinted. "If your annual income is less than 10 million, don't come to chat." The man was slightly stunned. It seemed that he didn't expect her to be so straightforward. His tone was proud. "Then I seem to be qualified to chat." Nan Man Pei thought it was very interesting. The man in front of her was about the same age as her. He should be a rich second generation. Nan Man Pei smiled. "Young man, her man is worth tens of billions a year. Go back to your seat and drink." The man immediately felt a sense of frustration. It was not the tens of billions that shocked him. It was Nan Man Pei's straightforward, young man, tone that was very much like the tone of an elder caring for the younger generation. But she looked young and beautiful. He felt that she was younger than him, but the vicissitudes of life she exuded were stronger than his father. There was low laughter all around. The gluttons looked at the young men as if they were looking at a hothead. They were still too young. Just by looking at their temperament and appearance, the two women were not common things. Such women were either the daughters of rich families or had big bosses behind them. In short, they were not girls without a master. He was in a hurry to chat, but he hit a wall. After sending the young man away, Nan Man Pei sighed. An old woman, but someone still came to chat. Suyu said, "A 32-year-old old woman? In 2 years, won't I also become an old woman?" 32 was not the golden period for women. Nan Man Pei exercised and maintained well. If you ignored her too fierce temperament, she looked only 25 or 26. But her life experience was more vicissitudes and magnificent than most middle-aged people who had experienced the ups and downs of the business world. Nan Man Pei shook the wine in the glass. "Say, what happened today? Did you quarrel with Qinze?" Suyu shook her head. "How can I quarrel with him? I always do what he says." Nan Man Pei said, Suyu poured a glass of wine, resisted burping, looked at her best friend with tears, and said sadly, "He and Wang Zijin went to bed." It turned out to be the case. Nan Man Pei knew that Suyu had always been proud of taking away Qinze's blood, and looked down on his real girlfriend Wang Zijin, thinking that she was a bitch. At the same time, this was also her only psychological comfort. Now that Qinze and Wang Zijin had also come to this point, Suyu's only advantage was gone. Suyu whispered, "I love him so much that I don't care if he has a girlfriend. He feels sorry for Wang Zijin and can't give up. Well, I never force him. I just want to be good to him silently. If he has a little conscience, he should have left Wang Zijin and followed me. I bought the uniform he liked. I did whatever he liked. He transferred Bao's shares to me, but I kept the money in the company's account. When Qin Bao asked for money, did I not give it to her? When I acquired Dongfeng Technology, did I not give it to her? Who did I do it for? But I've waited and waited. What I've waited for is indeed him sleeping with Wang Zijin. What then? Are they going to get married? What if one day they suddenly feel that they're too timing and want to turn over a new leaf? At that time, I'll have to leave. You tell me, what am I?" As she spoke, she slowly cried. Nan Man Pei sighed, "Don't think too much. He is very good to you and will not abandon you. But I don't feel safe, not at all. After he confessed to me in the afternoon, I felt like a piece of empty space. I want to cry. Suyu covered her chest, but I can't cry. I pretended that nothing happened to me. I pretended to sleep. The more I think about it, the more unwilling I am. I should have called Wang Zijin at that time and told her that I had slept with Qin Zhe hundreds of times. She was the third party. Tell her to get out and stay away from my man. If she dares to contact me, I will break her legs, boo-hoo, Suyu said as she drank and cried, like a woman who was frustrated in love. You should have known that today would come. The sweetness of the past is the best anesthetic, or you have been avoiding it. Nan Man Pei said in a deep voice, since you are so unhappy, let's break up. I can't say it. I will call and say it for you. Nan Man Pei pretended to take out his phone. Sister Man, I can't bear to. Suyu hurriedly held her hand, crying like a pear blossom in the rain. Her spineless appearance made Nan Man Pei want to hit her. What is good about him? If you want a handsome man, I will find you one. I guarantee that he is more handsome than him. I know a lot of talented young men. I can't guarantee that they are better than him, but they are definitely not bad. At least you can live comfortably and not be wronged. Nan Man Pei gritted her teeth. Suyu did not speak, sobbing and shaking her head. What kind of bewitching potion did he give you? Nan Man Pei poked her forehead with disappointment. I really liked him on the day I was sick, Suyu said. That day I had a fever and my head was dizzy. I felt like I was floating in the clouds when I was sleeping in bed. There was no one around me. I thought that if I died, it would take a few days for them to find me. It was empty and lonely. The world is so big, but when you need care and help the most, no one will lend a helping hand. It was like falling into a bottomless abyss, sinking bit by bit. When you were sick and wanted to eat porridge, no one would make it for you. When you were thirsty and wanted to drink water, no one would pour it for you. You didn't even have the right to call for help because you were always alone. Sister Man, you know that kind of loneliness. Otherwise, you wouldn't have brought Dong Lai and Ziki to live at home. Your cooking skills are so bad, but you are obsessed with it. No matter how busy you are, you insist on going home to cook. If Ziki and Dong Lai find an excuse not to eat, you will get angry. That is loneliness. Only cooking can make you feel that you have a home to take care of, and children waiting for you to eat. Only in this way can you fill your empty heart. Suyu's words stabbed Nan Man Pei's soft spot. She frowned and said, don't say it. I originally called you, but I didn't expect my hand to slip and call Qin Zhe. He can take care of people much better than you, and his cooking is delicious. My hand slipped. If it were you, you would at most send me to the hospital, comfort me a few words, and leave. But he accompanied me for a long time, poured water for me, cooked for me, and helped me sweep the floor. I thought at that time, if there was one more person in my life, it would be good if it was him. He was the first person to know that I play games, and the first person to know my character. He was different from other men who didn't take me with them without video calls. Suyu drank the wine in her glass again, lowered her head, and confided her thoughts. After that day, I began to like him. I began to pay attention to him, appreciate him, and want to get close to him. So when he asked me to start a company with him, I agreed without thinking. I knew that he just liked my ability, but so what? I wanted to get close to him at that time. The more time I spent with him, the more I liked him. At first, I didn't dare to express my feelings. I always felt that there was still a chance. Take it slow, until he and Wang Zijin got together. The sky fell down. I thought, it's not good to be so pretentious. It's rare for me to like a man, but I like him in my heart, not in love. Then This was hard to say. Anyway, Suyu bit her lip. Sister Man, I'm very useless, I just can't bear to leave him. What if he doesn't marry you? Nan Man Pei said, have you thought about this problem? Yes. I have thought about it. What? I don't know. She shook her head. Do you know that you're tied up by him? Nan Man Pei said, just like the emperor in the drama, there are 3,000 concubines in the harem who are scheming against each other for him. That invisible battle is the most heart-wrenching. But does the emperor really not know about the scheming of the concubines in the harem? He knows, he just doesn't care. No matter how capable he is, he's still one person. If he can't stop the mouths of the concubines, how can he not allow them to have resentment? Suyu looked at her with tears in her eyes. But the emperor doesn't panic at all, because he's the emperor and enjoys the highest power. The women in the harem are his for life. Qinzhe is the same. He used his method to firmly tie your heart to him, so he doesn't panic at all, and you're always in a passive position. In a relationship, whoever puts everything into it will be at a disadvantage. Nan Man Pei sneered, this little brat with a messy relationship is quite scheming. I used to be very curious about how he would deal with you and Wang Zijin. After watching Zhen Huan, I have an idea. What? Suyu, who was blind from crying, didn't react. He tied you up, and then Wang Zijin. You and Wang Zijin are the same. You both foolishly jumped into his trap. What do you think will happen if she knows about your relationship with Qinzhe? She'll cry, she'll hate, she'll be at a loss, but she definitely won't think of breaking up first. Nan Man Pei clicked his tongue. This woman seems to be scheming, but she's very stubborn. It's easy for her to walk down a dark path, unwilling to turn back even if she bumps into a wall. Didn't you say that Qinzhe was her first boyfriend? Now he's her first man. She gave her body and feelings that she had kept for more than 20 years to Qinzhe. Tell me, if your relationship is exposed, will she tear you or Qinzhe apart? Suyu cowered, she can't wait to tear me apart. I'm not afraid of her. You and Wang Zijin can't beat Qinzhe. This little brat is too cunning. Nan Man Pei comforted, cry, when you're done, she'll be next. After you've cried, the results will be out. It's still early. Suyu wiped her tears and stopped crying. Then what should I do? You can't beat her. As soon as she stopped crying, Suyu burst into tears again. I'm so sad, and you're still stabbing me. If you're angry, break up. If you can't bear to, then leave it as it is. You know his indecisive character better than I do. Try to make yourself look wrong so that he'll feel more guilty. In the future, you'll be able to exchange more bargaining chips. That's all I can give you advice. Nan Man Pei shrugged. After all, although I've been married, I've never been in a serious relationship. You're asking for advice from someone who has zero experience in relationships. Are you stupid? Suyu. With nothing to do at night, Qinzhe accompanied his sister and Wang Zijin to watch Zhen Huan. Tonight, they happened to see the finale. It was rare for the heartless sister to be sad. She said that after watching Zhen Huan's life, I'm particularly melancholy. Qinzhe asked, what are you melancholy about? Qin Bao Bao said, emperors are the most heartless. The emperor's heart is unpredictable. The harem is like raising venomous insects. Only the one who kills her way out can become the venomous queen. Looking back after many years, the old friends around her withered away. The ancient women are pitiful, just like me. Wang Zijin spat, please take back the last half of the sentence. Qinzhe said, the emperor also killed his way out of many brothers, but didn't he also lose his head at any time? If you want to rule the world and be the mother of the world, how can you not risk your life? How can I be as lucky as you? Without doing anything, just lying down, I sent you to the peak of your life. Qin Bao Bao thought it made sense. Hugging Qinzhe's arm, she said sweetly, Ace has deep affection for Jijia. It's Jijia who is insatiably greedy. His real girlfriend Wang Zijin was furious. She spat, disgusting. Seizing the opportunity to kick Qin Bao Bao, she fled to the toilet. Coward, Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes, and then pinched her brother's arm. Hey, your muscles are hard again. Qinzhe took advantage of the opportunity to do aerobics, showing off his well-defined muscles, and proudly said, you see if I'm awesome or not. A strange man with an 8-pack abs. Qin Bao Bao inexplicably blushed. She spat. I'm not looking. The mobile phone on the coffee table rang. It was Qin Zhe's mobile phone. The caller, Nan Man Pei. Qin Zhe answered the phone with a serious face. After hanging up, he said, I'm going out. What's wrong? It's about the investment. Oh. Qin Bao Bao nodded cleverly and accompanied Qin Zhe to the entrance. Did you lose money? Qin Zhe borrowed tens of billions from Nan Man Pei. She knew this. It's hard to explain in a few words. Taking the elevator to the underground parking lot to pick up the car, according to the address given by Nan Man Pei, Qin Zhe rushed to the bar, just to see Suyu squatting on the side of the road vomiting, Nan Man Pei stroking her back. Qin Zhe steadied the car and came over. As soon as he approached, Nan Man Pei suddenly attacked and kicked him in the lower abdomen. Qin Zhe, who felt guilty, did not hide or even step back, but Nan Man Pei was pushed by the reaction force. Sister Pei was furious. She gritted her teeth and kicked again. Qin Zhe fell to the ground cooperatively, and she stopped angry. Ugh, Suyu was beside him, vomiting his liver and intestines. Nan Man Pei felt pity and stared at Qin Zhe. Look at what you've done. When Suyu finished vomiting, Qin Zhe helped her up and held her in his arms. Thank you, Sister Man, I'll take her home. On the way home, the couple didn't say anything, but they were definitely awkward. Suyu had a headache at first, leaning on the seat and groaning. In the second half, her head didn't hurt, and her mind was much clearer. She began to carefully look at Qin Zhe's expression. Well, I'm the one who's hurt. I won't take the initiative to talk. Will he think I'm annoying? In the afternoon, I clearly acted like nothing happened. All the way to Suyu's community, Qin Zhe parked the car and helped her go upstairs. He had a key to Suyu's house. Opening the door and entering the house, Qin Zhe hugged Suyu with both hands, kicked the door with his foot, hugged her tightly, and said softly, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Holding back the grievances all the way, Suyu's tears poured out, big and rolling. Sister Man said you set me up. She choked and said, what should I do? I just can't leave you. Don't listen to Sister Man. She's single and can't see us showing love. Have you never thought about marrying me? This question. I can't answer it now. She was disappointed again. Today, Qin Zhe was too honest, but she would rather he said sweet words to coax her, even if it was fake. In silence, Suyu bit Qin Zhe's shoulder. She didn't feel distressed, but she bit hard and bled. Will you break up with me? Do you want to break up with me? I don't know, I won't. So, he wanted to dominate her like this, but didn't want to let go of Wang Zijin? Suyu was so angry that she wanted to bite him again. So she had an hour of cold war with Qin Zhe. Suyu didn't want to see him, but she was reluctant to let him go. Her mood was very complicated. When the drunkenness was almost gone, she went into the bathroom to take a shower. The shower head splashed and washed her body, but it couldn't wash away her messy thoughts. Pei Nanman was right. She should have thought about today's situation. However, at that time, she thought about how she had sacrificed so much and how Wang Zijin was so pretentious. It would not be difficult for her to steal her man. In fact, she was anesthetizing herself. She didn't want to share a man with Wang Zijin, but she couldn't leave Qin Zhe. She was afraid that if she forced him to choose, she would be the one who was abandoned in the end. Are those women who are willing to be mistresses also have feelings that can't be cut off? Are those wives who forgive their husbands for having women outside also have feelings that can't be cut off? Suyu didn't understand this question. She was not married, and Qin Zhe was not married, so she was neither a wife nor a mistress. After taking a shower, she put on a bathrobe and went to the living room. Seeing that Qin Zhe was still there, she was happy in her heart, but at this moment, she couldn't squeeze out a smile. She said, "Why haven't you left yet? You just drank wine. You will be thirsty and have a headache at night. I have to accompany you." Qin Zhe said. See, Sister Man is right. He is setting a trap for me. He knows my weakness. Suyu said coldly, my girlfriend at home will explode. Qinze said, you are important. Too much. He chose to say what people like to hear. In the evening, Qinze didn't leave and slept here. Suyu was still angry and drew a line to divide the world with Qinze. She was sleepy and had something on her mind, so she couldn't sleep. In the second half of the night, she couldn't help but turn over, hugged the sleeping Qinze tightly, and secretly wiped her tears. I'd rather you bite me again than see you like this. Qinze sighed. It turned out that he didn't sleep either. Suyu choked and said, I'm so scared. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid that in the end, I'll be alone again. Don't be afraid. Suyu grabbed Qinze's shoulder tightly, and her knuckles turned white because of the force. Give me a child. No matter what happens in the future, I will accept it. Chapter 657. On the weekend, Qinze and his sister went back to their parents' house. No, they went back home. After all, he and his sister had not started a family yet, and their household registration had not been moved out. It was not appropriate to describe it as going back to their parents' house. Wang Zijin also came. When she first came to Shanghai, the old man and Qin Ma were very polite to her. During that period, because of her relationship with Qinze, there was an awkward period. A daughter's best friend came to the house as a guest, and a son's future daughter-in-law came to the house as a guest, were two completely different things. Fortunately, Qin Ma had a gentle temperament and liked this daughter-in-law. Wang Zijin was also very reasonable, scheming and black-bellied. The two sides easily changed their mentality and their relationship became more intimate. The old man was particularly melancholy. He liked Suyu. Wang Zijin came to the house as a guest every 3 to 5 days, but Suyu rarely came. She came once on New Year's Eve last year, and never came again. Fortunately, the two had been communicating in private and occasionally called. Every time the country had a new policy or big news in the financial industry, Suyu would call the old man to have an academic exchange. She continued to make a good impression on her future father-in-law. Even though Wang Zijin gave people a good impression, even their own children, salted fish Zai Yingying monster, were biased, let alone their daughter-in-law. The old man had been holding back a sentence in his heart to say to Suyu, you should be more careful. If you don't come to the house, how can you compete with Wang Zijin? When he said those words, he always felt that his father was boasting. Cultured people were thin-skinned, so it was difficult to say. In the living room, the man and the woman were clearly separated. The father and son were discussing financial facts, while the mother and daughter, together with a daughter-in-law, were watching Zhenhuan. The father and son were talking happily. In ancient times, scholars liked to get together and talk about words. It was the same now. The more knowledge, the more they liked to talk. So the old man was finally satisfied with his son, because his son could already keep up with his rhythm. It was incredible. If it was a year and a half ago, he and his son would talk about macroeconomics, and his son would be confused and add a caption, what are you talking about? As for Qin Ma, they were watching Zhenhuan in the palace. At her mother's request, her sister brought home the USB with the film source. This drama was too popular. Ever since it was broadcast, it had quickly captured the hearts of countless aunties. Other than square dancing, watching TV at home to catch up on Zhenhuan had become an essential entertainment activity in their lives. Nowadays, the aunties held up half the sky for the television station's viewership ratings. The only discordant thing was Qin Bao Bao's constant spoilers, saying that this and Lingrong would be bad in the future, saying that Zhenhuan would cuckold the emperor in the future, saying that in fact, the Chenyuan empress was also killed by the empress. Qin Ma couldn't bear it any longer. She grabbed her daughter's earlobe and said angrily, you finished telling me everything. What am I supposed to watch? Ouch, ouch, ouch. Mom, please be gentle. Qin Bao Bao bitterly begged for mercy. As it turned out, spoilers were unforgivable in the eyes of all kinds of people. Bao Bao, do you still remember Auntie Zhou downstairs? Qin Ma asked casually while watching the drama. What's wrong? Her daughter is married, and she married well. The man's family has 3 or 4 suites, and it's a state-owned enterprise. Qin Ma said with an envious tone. A state-owned enterprise? Qin Bao Bao said angrily, he works himself to death, but he's not as good as your sons. How is she married well? This kind of unconsciously comparing her brother with other men made Wang Zijin and Qin Ma frown slightly. She's married anyway, and she's 1 year younger than you. You haven't heard from her until now. Wang Zijin is better than you. Qin Ma said. Bah, Qin Bao Bao was displeased with her mother's belittling remarks and snorted, she doesn't have a boyfriend, how is she better than me? Qin Ma, oh, then Zijin should work hard too. Wang Zijin felt goosebumps all over her body. Auntie Qin was a scheming person. She was just testing Qin Bao Bao to see if she knew about her relationship with Qin Zhe. This kind of question could be asked directly to her daughter, there was no need to test at all. This meant that her previous guess was right. Auntie Qin also knew about her daughter's brother complex. Thus, new doubts arose. Children's mental health problems could be discussed frankly and unfairly. They were not in the rebellious period of youth, and everyone was an adult. Moreover, Qin Bao Bao's brother complex was obviously very serious. It would take a long time for it to be fixed. Then, what was Auntie Qin afraid of? Wang Zijin couldn't understand, and she couldn't figure it out. She just felt that there was something strange about it. Because it was difficult to talk about the matter, she didn't even have the thought of asking Qin Zhe in private. When do you and your sister plan to stop controlling each other? Your mother seems to know about it, but she chose not to say it. What was she afraid of? She couldn't ask at all. They chatted until 9 o'clock, and the old master returned to the study. Qin Zhe lay on the other side of the sofa and stretched comfortably. I've finally satisfied my father's appetite. I've finally become a qualified son. In fact, it was quite boring. In Qin Zhe's knowledge, the things he and his father talked about were too shallow. It was like a university student and a primary school student talking about the multiplication table. The old master's level was at most a third-year middle school student. Qin Zhe relied on the skill books he got from the system and was already a glorious university student. That was why he could earn a lot of money in the financial world, and the old master could only be a university professor. In order to not disappoint his father and become an outstanding son, he endured a lot of beatings and brainwashing. Under his father's whipping, he studied hard and opened up new ideas. He suffered a lot. Every time he thought about it, there was only one sentence that could describe it: memories make me want to cry, go, move your smelly feet away. Qin Bao Bao slapped his feet away. Help me massage the soles of my feet. I'm tired. Qin Zhe put his big feet on his sister's round thighs. Go away. Qin Bao Bao sneered and waved her small hands to block his feet. Qin Zhe kept teasing his sister with his feet. He kicked her legs, her arms, and her butt. Qin Bao Bao waved her small hands and slapped his feet away every time, but Qin Zhe just wouldn't let her go. Mom, he's so annoying. Qin Bao Bao complained to her mother. Qin Ma's mouth twitched. If she remembered correctly, his girlfriend seemed to be the one beside her. She looked at Wang Zijin and found that she was also twitching her mouth. Ah, I'm a little sleepy. I'll go back to my room and lie down for a while. Mom, did you help me change the sheets? Seeing Sister Ziwei's dark little face, Qin Zhe hurriedly sat up and left. He didn't know why, but when he stepped into his 20-square-meter room, he felt like he was at home. The room he lived in now was too big. The living room was too big, and the bathroom was too big. Although he could take a bath with Sister Ziwei, only here could he smell the familiar scent. This was the room he had slept in for more than 10 years. Although he and his sister hadn't lived at home for many years, Qin Ma still cleaned their children's room every day, changed the sheets and quilts from spring to autumn. He lay on the bed, thinking about the recent mission issued by the system, thinking about Suyu. Su Yu's mental state wasn't very good at first. Although she was comforted by Qin Zhe, what happened couldn't be quickly healed by words. Instead, it took time to settle and accept. But when Qin Zhe told Su Yu his thoughts, her fighting spirit suddenly rose. Previously, the few companies were independent and each did their own thing. Even if Qin Zhe abandoned any of the companies, it wouldn't be enough to hurt them. Therefore, even if she became a major shareholder of Baozi, Su Yu didn't have much sense of security. But if a group was established, all the resources and funds would be integrated, and it would create a huge monster. Tianfang, Baozi, and Amethyst couldn't even squeeze into the top 500 in the country. But after the three merged and shared the resources, its profitability would definitely increase by several times. And Su Yu, who controlled Baozi's investment, would occupy a pivotal position in the new group. Even if the group took off in the future, her power and position would be even more important. In this way, she would have enough capital and strength, and wouldn't have to worry about Qin Zhe abandoning Baozi and abandoning her. And in terms of intrigue in the workplace, she was confident that she could beat Wang Zijin and Qin Baobao. Suddenly, her future was bright. The only regret was that her stomach hadn't improved so far. In the past, she deliberately avoided the dangerous period. Later, she tried several times but didn't get pregnant. Su Yu specifically consulted the doctor and did a physical examination. There was no problem with her body. The doctor said that there was no rush and that she could take it slowly. After all, giving birth to a child was different from giving birth to a piglet. She could only take it slowly. It wasn't like she could crowdsource a child. Qin Zhe thought about what he could do before the merger, or what he should do before going public. The most important thing was to improve the performance and capital of each company. Then, when they went public, the stock price would take off. Even if Dongfeng Technology had the blueprints, it would lack time to manufacture the equipment and immediately put it on the market. But there should be no problem by the end of the year. As for Tianfang, Zhenhuan had just become popular, and the company's reputation had increased a lot. If he wanted to make money, he could continue to make movies. But in a year and a half, he had made 5 to 6 movies. His production was as high as a sow. If this continued, the title of a fast shooter would be retired and replaced with a machine gunner. Relying on the fact that there were people in Shanghai's Guangming Bureau, his movies had been cutting the queue. This was the only way to achieve high production. On the other hand, Baozi could use his connections to convert private placement to public placement. This was a bit difficult, and public placement would be subject to more supervision. If it was converted to public placement, it wouldn't be suitable to merge into the Salted Fish Corporation. But if it was just private placement, its potential wouldn't be as good as public placement. Opening the chat software, Tianfang Entertainment's artist group happened to be discussing the Golden Horse Awards at the end of the month. If Zhenhuan was a movie, the Best Supporting Actress award would definitely be mine. Qian Shishi's fame had skyrocketed recently and she was a bit arrogant. Basically, all the artists in the company had acted in Zhenhuan and they all expressed that it was a pity. There should be a place for us in the Fei Tian Awards, Starlight Awards, and Golden Eagle Awards. Then I'll be the best actress, Yi Lu said. Lu Wei, you're thinking too much. Not to mention the other artists, just President Qin alone is enough to suppress you. A B-list artist, at Lu Wei President Baozi, please distinguish between the two Qins. Otherwise, it will feel weird when you think of Qin Zhe winning the Best Actress award. Chapter 658. Lu Wei, can CEO Qin get Best Actor? There are a lot of good films this year. Most importantly, I remember that there were a few films that were nominated last time but didn't get selected. Coincidentally, there are some good films this year. Yi Lu, according to the tradition of the entertainment industry, CEO Qin should be a backup. But it's hard to say. After all, the judges in Taiwan are more stubborn and the culture is better than in China. In the entertainment industry, seniority was very important. If you produced a good work, you would be nominated. But if you were a newcomer, it was almost impossible for you to win an award. This was because there were many seniors with good works waiting in front of you. Once you had been nominated a few times and had not gone silent, then it would be your turn. Of course, there were exceptions. Qin Zhe was a dark horse last year. His film broke the box office record, so he might have a chance. Qin Bao Bao was the same. But Qin Bao Bao had more advantages than Qin Zhe. Because she was a legitimate artist. Although she didn't have a professional background, she was an artist. So, in the eyes of the people in the entertainment industry, she was an insider. Qin Zhe was a bit different. He could only be considered half an artist. Looking at his past actions, he wrote songs to support his sister, sang to support his sister, and filmed movies to support his sister. He didn't do commercial performances, commercials, or concerts. His work passion and focus weren't in the entertainment industry. They were all outstanding. Of course, he would give it to us insiders first. It was hard to guarantee that the judges wouldn't consider this when they made the selection. Qian Shishir, it doesn't matter. CEO Qin doesn't care. He likes to show off. Last time, he even said in the office that he wasn't interested in the Golden Horse Award at all. Qin Zhe, do you not want to work anymore? Qian Shishir, the group went silent. System notification, Qian Shishir withdrew a message. Driving home at night, Qin Zhe drove his low-key car towards Royal View Park. The Lamborghini that Qin Bao Bao bought for him had arrived long ago. It was parked in the underground parking lot and he had driven it 3 times. Qin Zhe didn't like to drive a sports car. One of the reasons was that it was too eye-catching. As a celebrity, he should keep a low profile when he went out. Most importantly, the sports car could only carry one person. He drove his sister and Wang Zijin out for a spin. When they came back, they complained that their legs were sore and that the front passenger seat was too narrow. Lastly, there was another reason. In a place like Shanghai, sports cars were not allowed to drive faster than 80 kilometers per hour. I plan to merge a few companies, Qin Zhe said. How do we merge? Qin Bao Bao asked. Wang Zijin also looked up from her iPad. Let's merge into one group. If the company is scattered, it's not good for making money. Tianfeng, Amethyst, Baozi, Dongfeng, all of the businesses under these names should be consolidated and listed on the stock market. Afraid that they would disagree, Qin Zhe analyzed, instead of working hard for decades, why don't we get listed on the stock market and earn some money? I'm sure you've heard of this before. Our company has great potential. As long as we can get listed, we can earn money without doing anything. Why are you telling us this? You can do whatever you want. Qin Bao Bao said. I can do whatever I want? Are you serious? You're shareholders. Of course, I have to ask for your opinions. I've also asked Sister Man. She has no objections. Qin Zhe explained. The merger and reorganization of a few companies was a troublesome process. Fortunately, all the shares were in the hands of Qin Zhe and his close friends. There were a lot of bargaining and power struggles, as if. Qin Bao Bao immediately said, I want to be the major shareholder. Her sister's eyes were very sharp. She knew that establishing a group was not the same as doing things on their own. She quickly fought for power. I'm the major shareholder. More than 80% of Amethyst's shares are in my hands. You only have less than 70% of Tianfeng's shares. Wang Zijin immediately said. Amethyst's shares were all in Wang Zijin's hands. Qin Zhe's explanation was that Sister Ziwei's family was very influential. He paid a lot of money to get her to join the group. Otherwise, even if they were biological sisters, Qin Bao Bao would not agree. Her younger brother's belongings were her belongings. If he had an older sister or younger sister, Qin Bao Bao would also kick her out of the team. Salted fish could only be hers. The two sisters' eyes met. After the crackling of electric arcs, they said in unison, what about Suyu? How many shares does she have? Qin Zhe, this, Wang Zijin said, I remember that she doesn't have much of Baozi's shares. Qin Bao Bao, oh right, she doesn't have much. It seems that she has a little more than me. In the early days of Baozi's establishment, Qin Bao Bao and Suyu had a fight over shares. Qin Zhe, let's talk about the shares later. When the time comes, we'll definitely hire a professional team to calculate the shares. Don't make a fuss. Although we're all family, there's still Sister Man, and Suyu. Everything has to be done properly. Oh no, how should he explain the fact that he transferred most of Bao's shares to Suyu? Qin Bao Bao narrowed her eyes and seemed angry. What nonsense are you talking about? Isn't there an outsider? Qin Zhe, he saw Wang Zijin's angry expression from the rearview mirror. Well, let's talk about it later. I'll sing for you. Qin Zhe came forward to smooth things over. On one side was his sister, and on the other side was his girlfriend. He was in a dilemma. Wang Zijin snorted, I won't listen to it if it's not a new song. Qin Zhe turned off the CD in the car. After a while, he started singing. One day when I woke up, I didn't see you by my side. On my right was the toy you used to like. But when I stood up and looked for you in the room, all that was left was a letter with your scent. The song ended. That's it? Wang Zijin, who had just entered the state, was confused. That's it. I just made it up. Qin Zhe said. In fact, it was just a casual song. He had heard this song in the point store and had an impression of it. However, he only remembered this part and didn't remember the rest, so he didn't remember it. The melody is not bad. Find some time to write this song down. I think it will be popular. Qin Bao Bao commented with a professional eye. Besides. F***ck, Qin Zhe suddenly cursed and then explained, it's okay, it's okay. I'm not talking about you. Then who are you talking about? Qin Bao Bao widened her beautiful eyes. I'm talking about a certain lowlife. Qin Zhe thought to himself. In a moment of carelessness, 30 points were deducted. He had just received a notification from the system. Songs in the point store couldn't appear in the modern world in any form. Otherwise, it would be treated as an exchange. Qin Zhe forgot about this rule. He used the songs in the store to show off, so the system forcibly deducted 30 points. The opening ceremony of the Golden Horse Awards was getting closer and closer. Qin Zhe and his sister were both invited. The awards on both sides of the Taiwan Strait basically couldn't avoid him and Qin Bao Bao. Unlike last time, there were more than 30 people in Tianfang's team heading to Taiwan. Qin Zhe was not only nominated for Best Actor, Movie King, but also for Best Original Screenplay. The nominated work was A Journey to the West. MOU was naturally nominated for the Best Director Award. Lu Wei was also nominated for Best Supporting Actress. She was nominated for If I Become Memories, the movie where lovers become brother and sister. Qin Zhe sat in the piano room and played the MV for What Else Do You Want Me? It was still very popular. Qin Zhe didn't plan to participate in the Golden Horse Awards before. It was Qin Bao Bao who signed him up on her own initiative. His sister felt that it would be a pity if they didn't participate in the awards since they had made so many good films in the past year. The Golden Horse Awards and the Golden Horse Awards were very influential in the Chinese film industry. Every famous star was proud of winning Best Actor and Best Actress. This was the biggest glory in the Chinese film industry. When the Golden Horse Awards and the Golden Horse Awards were first established, they were protected by their territories. They were only willing to play by themselves and didn't want to bring China along. But after that, Taiwan's film industry declined, and many of its staff left. Hong Kong and China's film industry was thriving, and they had no choice but to let the three countries play together. It was a blessing in disguise. Because of this, the influence of the Golden Horse Award grew day by day. On the other hand, Hong Kong's Golden Horse Award's territorial protection rules were still the same. First, the film must premiere in Hong Kong or be screened in many other regions. Second, the director must be from Hong Kong, and the production company must be registered in Hong Kong. Although Qin Zhe's film was screened in Hong Kong, it did not meet the above conditions. That's why the Golden Horse Awards could not be signed up. If not, the Golden Horse Awards, which focuses on commercial films, would be more suitable for the siblings than the Golden Horse Awards. The last time Feng Yu accompanied his sister to the Golden Horse Awards, it was more than a week earlier, and they had toured Taiwan. At that time, Qin Zhe had just set up Baoza Investments, and his sister was still a small star in star art. They had a lot of time to travel. Now, they don't have so much time to travel. Also, there were a few stars in his entourage, and Qin Zhe decided to chase them back to work after the Golden Horse Awards. For celebrities, time was money. Many celebrities would even leave on the same day, and their schedules would be packed. Before they came, they would still be filming at the set. On the same day, they would rush to the airport to fly to Taiwan. After attending the Golden Horse Awards, they would rush back to the mainland overnight to continue filming. The opening ceremony was tomorrow, and they arrived in Taiwan at night. The assistants had already booked the hotel and booked 6 high-end commercial cars to pick them up. They drove to the hotel in a grandiose manner. When they got out of the car, Qin Bao, who was holding her brother's arm, saw 3 women standing at the entrance of the hotel. They were all wearing masks, sunglasses, and caps. One of them waved at Qin Zhe excitedly. "Oh, it's your old flame," Feng Yu's sister said. "Why do you say that, sister? I have always treated her as my brother. It's just that she wants to sleep with me," Qin Zhe said and raised his hand. Chapter 659. Qin Zhe teased his sister and walked towards the 3 women at the hotel entrance, Guling, Ding Lixin, and Su Yunhan. The first 2 were Qin Zhe and his sister's new friends when they first came to Treasure Island. The latter was a colleague from Star Art. They met because of Su Yunhan. As a native artist of Treasure Island, how could she miss out on an important award like the Golden Horse Awards even though her career had shifted to the mainland? It was not a coincidence that Su Yunhan appeared at the hotel entrance. She must be in contact with his sister, which was why they stayed in the same hotel. When they met, Qin Bao and Su Yunhan hugged each other warmly and waved at Ding Lixin and Guling. It was obvious that they were close. If she did not see Guling's flirtatious messages to her brother, Qin Bao would not mind being her fake sister in the entertainment industry. However, when she saw Guling's messages to Qin Zhe that were full of hints and flirtatious messages, she realized that one was a dead pigeon, and the other was a stone, but the man could not stay. Qin Bao had never seen such a shameless B*tch. She was furious. "You want to be my friend while trying to steal my man? Do you think you're so mischievous?" It was obvious that her possessive sister truly loved Wang Zijin. Hence, when Qin Zhe wanted to steal Guling and Ding Lixin to Tianfang, Qin Bao rejected him. When she suggested to steal Su Yunhan, Qin Zhe rejected her as well. After all, he and Huang Yitsong were brothers. It was not good to steal someone else's man. "Hi, Mr. Qin." Guling extended her hand happily. "I haven't seen you in half a year, and you're getting prettier. Which hospital did you get plastic surgery at? Introduce me, I'll take my cheap sister for surgery." Qin Zhe held her hand. In ancient times, when a father introduced his son, he would call him little puppy or dog son. When he introduced his wife, he would call her cheap wife. Hence, there should be nothing wrong with him calling her cheap sister. Cheap sister. *#, Qin Bao was mad with anger, but it was not good to get physical with her brother in public. First, she rolled her eyes at him and cut him with a knife, which could be regarded as a declaration of war, and then she would go back to the room and subdue him by force. "You're so annoying. There's no plastic surgery." Guling playfully hit him with her small hand. A smile bloomed on her face, and she appeared to be very happy. "Hi, Mr. Qin." Ding Lixin raised her small hand and waved. Qin Zhe nodded and looked at Su Yunhan. "Why are you here for the Golden Horse Awards? You're a singer, so why are you here?" Su Yunhan wasn't convinced. "I'm going to change my career and try to expand my career. If Boss Qin's new drama has a cameo role, remember to take me along. I don't need to be paid." Qin Bao Bao patted her chest and said, "No problem. If there's a new film, you can join us." "Oh right, where are you going?" Su Yunhan said, "There's a cocktail party. We're going to have fun and meet new friends." Qin Bao Bao looked at Qin Zhe. Knowing that his sister liked to have fun, Qin Zhe said, "Do you mind if we go and have fun?" Guling said happily, "No problem, no problem. My nanny van is over there." For the opening ceremony of authoritative awards like the Golden Horse Awards and the Golden Horse Awards, all the celebrities who were on the stage would come to participate. Needless to say, the nominees didn't need to be mentioned. Even those who weren't nominated could come to see the world and expand their connections. For example, celebrities who were popular and had a wide range of connections would take the lead to hold a small cocktail party for drinking and chatting. Therefore, authoritative awards were very important to celebrities. Small celebrities were enthusiastic about domestic awards, while big celebrities were more enthusiastic about foreign awards. For example, two famous female carpet stars in the entertainment industry shamelessly wanted to get some screen time. Their eagerness and thirst was the same as Qin Zhe's eagerness to rub himself. Xia Chuchu rode on the coattails of the company's seniors and was able to participate in this private party. It was held in a villa of a famous host in Taiwan. She had just debuted 2 years ago and was 24 years old this year. She was considered a very young newcomer in the entertainment industry and was young in all aspects. She had acted in several dramas, but she was only the second female lead. Moreover, they were all low-budget teen idol dramas. This was also because the company supported her because she was beautiful. She had an oval face, big eyes, delicate skin, and a youthful vibe. Her fans and friends called her Little Bao Bao. It had nothing to do with intimacy, but because her facial features were somewhat similar to Qin Bao Bao's. What Little Bao Bao? When she debuted, Qin Bao Bao hadn't entered the entertainment industry yet. Didn't she have a good younger brother? But this was something that couldn't be envied. Xia Chuchu felt that if she had a younger brother like Qin Zhe, she would be a queen now. She wouldn't have to pretend to be polite with the company's executives and pretend not to understand their hints. Although female celebrities had to be prepared to grind an iron rod into a needle if they wanted to make a name for themselves in the entertainment industry, there were always exceptions. As long as your own strength was outstanding enough, you wouldn't be afraid of not making a name for yourself. In comparison, male celebrities were much easier. As long as they were handsome, it didn't matter if they didn't have acting skills. The company was willing to hype them up, and they would become popular very quickly. Female celebrities couldn't do it. Without acting skills, they would be given sh*t just based on their faces. A certain Jia, a certain Ing, and a certain Shanshan were good examples. Chu, let me introduce you. This is Brother Zhang. The senior came over with a man's arm. Xia Chuchu's company could only be ranked in the second tier in the country. The whole company only had one second-tier celebrity, and the senior in front of her was a second-tier celebrity, one of the company's pillars. Sister Yang. Xia Chuchu greeted first, then picked up the wine glass and stood up. She said in a flattered tone, "Brother Zhang." The man was 34 or 35 years old. His name was Zhang Yao. When he was young, he was already popular. He was a rare star in the entertainment industry with a long, shelf life. He used to mainly shoot TV series, but now he was active in the film industry. He had been nominated for the Golden Horse Awards twice in a row. According to the customs, he had a high chance of winning the Best Actor award. A newcomer like Xia Chuchu shouldn't even have the capital to strike up a conversation if she didn't attend this party. You accompany Brother Zhang for a drink. I'm going to the bathroom. He is the most likely winner of this year's Golden Horse Award. After introducing the two, the senior winked at Xia Chuchu. Chuchu, it's your first time participating in the Golden Horse Awards. Zhang Yao sat down beside her and took a sip of red wine. Well, yes, I haven't seen it yet. Xia Chuchu showed a sweet smile. She had practiced how to smile naturally and sweetly. It's my first time participating in the Golden Horse Awards. I don't feel nervous. Instead, I feel that as long as I work hard and continue to produce good works, the Best Actor award will be mine sooner or later. Zhang Yao spoke with assurance, showing the confidence of a successful man in his words. That's because Brother Zhang, when you first participated in the Golden Horse Awards, you were already a big star, so you were calmer than me. Xia Chu smiled and sighed, I'm just here to watch the fun. I have no idea about the Golden Horse Awards. I'll be thankful if they give me a chance to be the best actress. Good works are hard to find. Therefore, the person Xia Chu admired the most was Qin Zhe. There was no way not to admire him. He was a legendary big shot in the entertainment industry. Your foundation is good, and your acting skills are honed. It's only a matter of time before you become the best actress. Zhang Yao's left arm naturally rested on Xia Chu's shoulder. Maybe, I can provide you with an opportunity. Xia Chu was stunned. She remembered some negative rumors about this big star. This guy was a Dumas. He changed girlfriends on average every 2 years, and they were all female stars in the circle. In addition, there were rumors in the circle that this person often took advantage of female stars in the crew, especially new female stars. This. I haven't confirmed with you yet, and you already have a bad idea? Fortunately, she was very experienced in dealing with this kind of molesting behavior. Male stars like him were not rare in the entertainment industry. Xia Chu quietly moved to the side, pushed away his hand on her shoulder, and smiled. Brother Zhang, are you confident? I heard that Qin Zhe was also nominated. Sister Yang, who had gone to the toilet, came back. Hearing this, she flattered, Qin Zhe is at most a companion. Even if he wins an award, it won't be the Best Actor award. Brother Zhang, this is the 4th time you've been nominated. This year's Summer Sunshine is so popular. The Golden Horse Awards also focus on literary films. Zhang Yao smiled reservedly and placed his hand on Xia Chu's shoulder. Xia Chu pushed him away again. This time, Zhang Yao was a little unhappy. This newcomer didn't know how to appreciate favors. You guys chat. I'll go drink with my friends. Zhang Yao got up and left. Young people are just not sensible. Sister Yang sighed with disappointment. You didn't even add his phone number, not to mention his WeChat. He touched me as soon as he came up, Xia Chu whispered. This is not a common thing. Which female star hasn't been touched before? Photos can be seen everywhere on the internet. If it's like this in public, don't even mention in private. I'm not happy. Xia Chu frowned. Then what are you doing here? Sister Yang rolled her eyes. Sister Yang, look at what you're saying. Not everyone is like this. We've already met a circle of people. We don't need Zhang Yao. Then who cares about you? A nod is enough to deal with you. Sister Yang's gaze swept across the villa hall. You see, even here, there are small circles. Just a nod and a few words. What kind of social interaction is this? They forget about you in the blink of an eye. Zhang Yao is willing to be close to you, so you should be the one taking advantage. Men are all like this. It's not like they'll lose hair if they touch you. Xia Chu said, Qin Zhe is not like this. Also. She named quite a few experienced seniors in one breath. It's even worse. It means that you don't even have the qualifications to get close to him. Sister Yang laughed angrily. Xia Chu glanced at the door. At this moment, the brown-painted wooden door of the living room was pushed open and a group of people walked in. She saw Qin Zhe among the group of women at a glance. Hey, Sister Yang, Qin Zhe is here. Chapter 660. Sister Yang's brain didn't react, but her body instinctively turned her head and looked in the direction of the villa's entrance with Xia Chu. 5 people came in. Although the circle of celebrities was big, the celebrities were also famous. She knew all 5 of them. Su Yunhan was her good friend for many years, and the remaining 2 were from a Taiwanese singer group. Those 2 could be ignored, but the siblings couldn't be ignored. As soon as they appeared, they instantly stole all the light, even if everyone present was an artist. Not only were their looks outstanding, but their fame and charm were also thunderous. The Taiwanese artists at the front had already gone up to greet them, and the others were looking at the two pieces of meat with great interest. Sister Yang, why are they here? Xia Chuchu's eyes were shining, and she looked excited. This is the benefit of the Golden Horse Awards. You don't have to worry about not being able to find a bridge to get to know the big shots in the industry, Sister Yang whispered. Private gatherings were very important. When it came to the award ceremony, although there were many stars and there was no shortage of big shots, it was actually very difficult to make friends with them. If I can squeeze into Qin Zai's circle of contacts, I might be able to become famous next year, Xia Chuchu said. Sister Yang's heart skipped a beat. I know Su Yunhan. I can use her to establish a relationship with the Qin siblings. Oh, as long as one or two important characters appear between my fingers, I can become famous. All kinds of thoughts flashed through her mind. After entering the hall, Qin Zai glanced around. There weren't many celebrities present, only 7 or 8. They formed a circle of friends in 2s and 3s. It wasn't very clear, and there were people moving around from time to time. There were cakes, snacks, and wine on the table. It was a very ordinary salon. He dared to bet that his sister would be disappointed when she saw the scene in front of her. Ying liked to be lively and liked to play. She thought it would be a lively scene like a bar KTV. A well-maintained middle-aged woman came up with a smile and greeted Guling and Ding Lixin warmly. Then, she shook hands with Qin Zai and Qin Bao and ridiculed exaggeratedly, "You two big bosses should have informed me earlier if you were coming, so that I could personally go outside and lay out the carpet." Qin Zai knew her. He had watched her variety shows and dramas since he was a child. He had also met her once when he was in Taiwan. Sorry for the intrusion, Sister Gua. I hope you don't mind. Sister Gua said angrily, what are you talking about? Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. She led Qin Zai to his seat and personally served him. This is the second time the two of you are here, right? Last time, it was the Golden Melody Awards. This time, it's the Golden Horse Awards. If you really win the Best Actor award, you'll break the record of the entertainment industry again. Sister Guo raised her glass. I'm just a chaperone. Bitch. He swallowed the word sister and changed his words. My sister, on the other hand, has a chance. Hey, both of you have high hopes. Sister Guo said mysteriously, I have something interesting to tell you. When your company signed up, you signed up for a few movies, right? Qin Zai looked at his sister. He didn't pay attention to this matter. Qin Bao nodded slightly. All the movies this year have been signed up. That's it, Sister Guo said. The Golden Horse Awards favors literary films, so at first, they were hesitant between If I Become Memories and A Journey to the West. The jury even quarreled a few times. From a literary point of view, the former was more suitable than the latter. If I Become Memories is the #1 drama in the youth romance genre. Although A Journey to the West is also very touching, the commercial atmosphere and the mythological background make it deviate from literary films. Then why did they still choose A Journey to the West? Qin Bao asked. She felt proud that she could make the jury so angry that they quarreled during a meeting. She glanced at her brother with a smile, only to find that he was staring at a beautiful woman in the distance. Qin Bao frowned. She realized that things were very troublesome. Later, someone said that the themes of the two movies are actually love tragedies. There's not much difference in essence, but the touching feelings are different. The most important thing is the box office. A Journey to the West has broken the box office record this year. It's really famous. If such a film can't be nominated, it will make the outside world question the value of the Golden Horse Awards. As she spoke, she found that the eyes of the sister and brother were not on her at all. The brother was looking at the woman, and the sister was looking at the brother. Following his gaze, she saw Xia Chuchu. Sister Guo said, oh, that girl is very beautiful. She only thought that Qin Zai was attracted by the beauty. I have a little impression of her, but I can't remember her name. Qin Zhe tried to recall. Xia Chu Chu, from the mainland. She's a newcomer. Yang Li, who brought her here, and I know her, Sister Gua said. Qin Bao Bao smiled sweetly and said, if you like her, go and hit on her. The more the sister hid a knife in her smile, the more charming and beautiful her smile was, like a fox spirit. If Boss Qin personally pursues her, it'll be easy. How about I call her over for a drink? Several women who didn't know the truth added fuel to the fire. Qin Zhe withdrew his gaze. He didn't explain and smiled slightly. Guling said sourly, no way, Boss Qin really likes her? I have a good impression of her, so I took a few more glances. Qin Zhe said. The women looked at each other. Sister Gua smiled and said, I'll call her over for a drink. Qin Bao Bao's beautiful face changed slightly. No. Qin Zhe waved his hand and said, she looks a bit like my sister. The others didn't understand the meaning of Qin Zhe's words for a while, but Qin Bao Bao got it. She snorted and said, how is she similar? She doesn't look like her at all. Under the table, she fiercely pinched Qin Zhe's thigh and gently rubbed it, trying not to let the corners of her mouth curl up. After chatting for a while, Qin Zhe and his sister drank a glass of wine with many artists in the hall. They greeted each other and chatted casually for a while. Qin Zhe saw one of the biggest contenders for the Best Actor award, Zhang Yao. He had a friendly chat with him. The first thought that came to his mind was, damn, it's you, the previous generation's Jia Baoyu. Xia Chuchu's first impression of Zhang Yao was that he was a playboy and pervert. Qin Zhe immediately thought of the past. Probably when Qin Zhe was in high school, the media exposed that this guy's girlfriend and his good friend went in and out of a hotel. There were pictures to prove the truth. At that time, Zhang Yao was already very famous and was filming outside. The entertainment news was abuzz for a long time. Unfortunately, the internet was not developed at that time. It was not like now, where everyone on the internet was talented and their words were hurtful. Otherwise, there would definitely be a place for Zhang Yao in the Guanyu alliance headed by Jia Baoyu. Zhang Yao had some wariness and hostility towards Qin Zhe in his heart, but he didn't show it. At Xia Chuchu's table, under the introduction of Sister Gua, the two sides talked for a while. Then, there was the dogskin plaster Yang Li. As a result, the pink newcomer Xia Chuchu seemed particularly lonely. It would be appropriate for her to howl, I'm drunk alone. Except for Yang Li, she didn't know anyone else. If she shamelessly mingled with them, it would directly lower her status. If she really wanted to lower her status, it would be best to go to Qin Zhe's table. But when a small character wanted to make friends with a big shot, it was not enough to just meet once. She needed someone to introduce her. However, the senior who often patted his chest and promised to take care of her had already ignored her at this time. It turned out that the senior's so-called care was a small favor when there was no conflict of interest. Why are you drinking alone? Xia Chuchu, who was playing with her phone, heard the man's gentle voice and looked up in surprise. She saw Qin Zhe, so her expression became more and more stunned. Qin Zhe sat down beside her and looked at her face closely. Xia Chuchu. Hello, Boss Qin. Xia Chuchu was flattered and a little nervous at the same time. Why did this big shot come? How could this concubine get the big shot's pity? She looked at Qin Zhe's face. Just now, there were too many people, so she was embarrassed to keep staring at him. He was a very handsome man. Even if he was out of the camera, his appearance did not decrease. There was a rule in the entertainment circle that no matter men or women, no makeup was allowed to take photos. But Qin Zhe's face, although his facial features were not perfect, his wheat-colored skin was delicate and smooth to the extent that it could make women jealous. Of course, compared to his appearance, talent was the key to making women crazy. Which company are you from? Huali Film and Television. How long have you been in the industry? Exactly 2 years. Xia Chuchu felt that there seemed to be eyes around her. The newcomer, who was originally unnoticeable, was suddenly envied by many seniors. At this time, Qin Zhe took out his business card and handed it over. Contact me if you need anything. After handing over the business card, he asked for Xia Chuchu's contact information and then left. Holding the business card with both hands, Xia Chuchu was stunned. She was at a loss and excited as if a pie fell from the sky and hit her head. What did he mean by this? Did he take a fancy to me? Otherwise, how could he explain that the big boss personally handed me his business card? Then, should I half refuse or refuse? No, Qin Zhe's reputation in the circle is very good. He definitely doesn't want to sleep with me. Then why is he inexplicably paying attention to me? Because I'm a little Bao Bao? Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao left in the middle of the party. They declined Su Yunhan's kindness to send them off and called the driver to pick them up. Although they had a good chat with the artists present during the period, the only one who really received Qin Zhe's business card was Xia Chuchu. Yang Li was satisfied and a little unsatisfied. It was enough to get familiar with him for the first time, if there was no comparison with Xia Chuchu. Chuchu, what did he say to you? Yang Li returned to the table and asked curiously. It was like when girls got together to discuss the little fresh meat when they were studying, but there was more utilitarian heart in it. He said he needed to contact me. Xia Chuchu said. Did he make any promises? No. Any requests? Yang Li asked, or an obvious hint? No. Xia Chuchu shook her head. Tisk, Yang Li attributed this to men liking young and beautiful women. Maybe it's because of my nickname. Xia Chuchu joked. She seriously put the business card in her pocket. On the way home, Qin Bao Bao crossed her legs and placed her phone on her stomach. She watched a movie and said, "You want to poach people again?" Qin Zhe said, Tian Fong only managed to cultivate one female artist, Feng Rui. It's a waste of effort, so it's better to spend money to buy her. Then why that? Choo choo. Xia choo choo. Qin Zhe thought for a moment. Because she looks like you. She's pleasing to the eye. Qin Bao Bao stretched out a finger smeared with red cardamom and poked her brother's head. Sister is just pleasing to the eye? Sister looks like a little fairy. Qin Zhe coaxed. Qin Bao Bao was satisfied. Do you think I'll get the Best Actress award? If I don't, then I came here for nothing. I'm not sure. I haven't studied the selection rules of the Golden Horse Awards, but last year's Best Actress award seemed to have been won by a dark horse. She's not a newcomer, but at least she wasn't nominated. Qin Zhe said, "We'll see tomorrow. I personally don't care. If I don't get it, then I don't. You, on the other hand, won the Best Actress award and your value will rise. It'll depend on your luck." Qin Bao Bao suddenly pounced over and sucked hard on Qin Zhe's face. I'll suck your luck dry. Chapter 661. In the evening, Guling and Ding Lixin returned to the hotel after the party. They had several villas in Taiwan, but they were far away, so they stayed near the Zhongshan Hall. The location of the Golden Horse Awards was different every year. This year it was at the Zhongshan Hall, and last year it was at the Zhongjin Cultural Center in Kaohsiung. In the entertainment industry where plastic sisters were everywhere, the two of them were a real pair of sisters made of iron. They were classmates in university and slept in the same dormitory. At the school's spring festival party, the two of them sang a song on stage as freshmen and were discovered by talent scouts. Since then, they had debuted for 6 or 7 years. The two sisters lay on the bed with masks on their faces and patted their faces gently with their hands. Guling clicked her tongue and asked curiously, "Did you notice that Xia Chu Chu? Does Qin Zhe have a good impression of her? There are so many female artists, but he only gave her his business card." "Maybe," Ding Lixin said. "Maybe? What does it have to do with me? I'm not the one who wants to sleep with Qin Zhe. Guling, I've been single for almost a year. What if I can't hook up with my Prince Charming? There are so many flirtatious women out there. Don't you think Qin Zhe is worried?" Worry your head. He doesn't have any feelings for you. Ding Lixin rolled her eyes. Yeah, he doesn't even give me a chance. Guling sighed and smiled bitterly. In a few years, I'll be old. Hey, don't you think that woman looks a bit like Qin Bao Bao? Did she get plastic surgery based on Qin Bao? So, you're right. Qin Zhe has a sister complex. Guling sat up straight. What a schemer. That woman must have gotten plastic surgery based on Qin Bao Bao. Do you think I should get plastic surgery? If you get plastic surgery to look like Qin Bao Bao, your acting career will be ruined, Ding Lixin said angrily. You don't understand. As long as you can sleep with Qin Zhe, who would want to be a star? Wouldn't a rich wife enjoy it more? When the time comes, I'll protect you and make you a queen. Guling winked. Using your beauty to serve others, how long will it last? Ding Lixin commented. Lu Sun said that? No, Li Bai said it. It's in Zhenhuan Zhuan, so it could also be Qin Zhe who said it. Ding Lixin said, he's obviously not a man who would be swayed by beauty. Have you ever heard any rumors about him? You have to know that the top of the entertainment industry's pyramid is very small. Those big directors, big stars, beautiful ladies, kind people, and good men, the audience doesn't know what they are like behind the scenes, but we more or less know. But Qin Zhe had never been involved in any scandals. You were wrong from the start. Last year, he wasn't so rich and famous. You thought that you could use your looks to please him, but you ran into a wall. It's even more impossible now. Even if you can really seduce him, I don't think it'll work. He's not a man you can control. Unless you're after his money. Of course, money is a very important part. Which woman would love a man who has nothing? But I really like him. Guling sighed again. Ding Lixin had a gentle and quiet personality. She was the kind of woman who only had 2 boyfriends since university. The current one was her second boyfriend. She had been in love for 6 years and planned to get married before she was 30. In Guling's opinion, life was too boring and there was no hope. She was different from her best friend. Guling was lively and not quiet. She was influenced by the barbaric girlfriend culture in South Korea in high school and was a woman with a strong personality. So, she had changed boyfriends several times, but none of them made her want to get married. When she saw Qin Zhe last year, she was also curious, but her mentality was different now. If she could seduce Qin Zhe, she would choose to be a good wife or something. Up to you. Remember to get married before you're 35. Ding Lixin shrugged. The next day, when Qin Zhe woke up, it was almost noon. He yawned and slowly sat up. Leaning against the bed, his sister in a silk nightgown was sleeping beside him. Her black hair covered her face, and her body was slanted sideways. To be precise, her lower body was lying on her stomach, and her upper body was slanted sideways. It was difficult for her to sleep in such a position. After puberty, his sister probably hadn't slept on her stomach anymore. As Qin Zhe sat up, he pulled the blanket up as well. He glanced inside. His sister's broad bosom was like an ink painting, hazy, and he could only see a deep cleavage. Get up, go back to your room. Qin Zhe pushed his sister. His sister mumbled a few times and was woken up. She turned over in annoyance. Sleep for another hour. This is my room. Go back to your room and sleep. She mumbled a few times and ignored him. So annoying. Qin Zhe slapped his sisters but threw the thin blanket and said coquettishly, "Give me the key. I'll go to your room to get your clothes. Just put them on the table. Don't be noisy. Go to sleep." Qin Bao Bao turned over. The air conditioner was a little high, so she felt hot under the blanket. As she turned over, she clamped the blanket between her thighs. Last night, she went to bed at 3:00 in the morning. In the middle of the night, she sneaked in and chatted with Qin Zhe until 1:00 in the morning. She was going to sleep, but his sister suddenly had insomnia. She didn't wear her earphones and laughed like a pig from time to time. When she laughed, her two long legs couldn't help but slap the bed twice. Qin Zhe couldn't sleep. He slapped his sisters but out of revenge and let her be. His sister had been like this since she was young. She didn't know how to take care of others, not in this lifetime. She could act coquettishly, act cute, and cry, but most of the time, she was heartless. Their parents treated her like a princess. Fortunately, the old man didn't spoil her unconditionally. If she made a mistake, he wouldn't punish her, but he would still criticize and educate her. Qin Bao Bao was spanked by her younger brother frequently, but her parents only punished her twice in her life. Qin Zhe remembered playing behind his sisters but when he was young. She and her friends played with flower ropes, jumping rope, and shouted in a clear voice, "Melon blossoms on the 25th." She heartlessly left little Qin Zhe aside to enjoy herself. Qin Zhe sat on the grass in the neighborhood, wearing knee-length shorts and sandals. He stared at his sister in a daze like a silly landlord's son. But there were times when she was considerate. For example, when Qin Zhe was timid in kindergarten, his sister had to squat outside the classroom to guard him. Qin Zhe would call for his sister every few minutes. When he heard a response from the door, he wasn't afraid anymore. His classmates in kindergarten didn't dare to bully him because they knew that there was always a tall sister or mother squatting outside the door. When he was in elementary school, his sister loved him very much. She didn't bully him like later on, but she probably played with him like a toy. She rubbed and kissed him, and flicked his D*ck. Qin Zhe gradually fell asleep in his memories, but he was immediately awakened by his sister who didn't know what considerate was. "A's, play games with me." Qin Zhe was puzzled. Didn't they say that the female protagonist would feel the warmth of home when lying in the male protagonist's arms? It was like a sailboat that had drifted for many years had found its harbor. From then on, the soul would be at rest, and the only wish was that it was spring all year long and peaceful. Could it be that he was too hard and hurt his sister's soul? Qin Zhe moved his butt back. "I'll move back a little. Let's sleep, okay?" "I can't sleep." "Let's play games." "I didn't notice you." "Why are you losing sleep?" "Maybe it's because I'm not used to the new bed." After holding back for a long time, he resisted the urge. With such a tormenting vixen sleeping beside him, he didn't know his sweet dreams anymore. So the two of them played games on their phones until 3 in the morning. Qin Zhe had a strong physique. 6 hours was enough for him. Qin Bao Bao was sleepy and couldn't get up. He took the room card, went out, and looked around. The corridor of the hotel was quiet. His sister's room was opposite his. The reason why he helped his sister get her clothes was that she had to get up before lunch. Otherwise, her assistant would knock on the door. If people knew that his sister was in his room, yellow mud would fall on his crotch. Even if it wasn't sh*t, it would still be sh*t. "My sister and I are vegetarians." No one would believe it. Beep. The room door opened. Qin Zhe went in and closed the door. His luggage was placed in the hotel's locker. Because he was only staying in Taiwan for 2 days, he didn't bring too many things. There were cosmetics, shampoo, facial masks, and other personal products in the luggage. There were also 2 sets of clothes. There were no formal wear. Formal wear was too delicate and couldn't be stuffed into the luggage. Today, the assistant would bring Qin Bao Bao's measurements out to rent formal wear. Qin Zhe did the same. Qin Zhe picked a pair of slim-fit pencil pants. With his sister's long legs and perfect butt, it would be a waste to wear a skirt. Only this kind of pants that accentuated the shape of her legs but was a pleasure to look at. But in this season, she couldn't wear short skirts. Her upper body was a cute tank top with a knitted sweater. It accentuated her figure and made her look mature and sexy. As for her underwear, what should she choose? Hollow or lace? Thinking back, he didn't seem to have seen his sister wearing underwear, except for swimsuits. But swimsuits and underwear were different concepts, even though they looked similar. Qin Zhe had even seen his sister's naked body covered by the holy light, but he couldn't think of her in her underwear. 3 words, regret. The hollow one was white, and the lace one was black. He held a pair of plump boxers in each hand and imagined how his sister would look in them. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Who is it? President Chin? The female assistant's voice came. I heard the door close next door and thought President Chin was back. Oh right, where did President Chin go? Chin Zhe, she's discussing something in my room. Don't disturb her. How's the formal wear? The female assistant, got it, President Chin. I've already gone to get the formal wear. It will be back before noon. After a while, Chin Zhe opened the door and looked down the corridor. There was no one there. He turned around and took his sister's clothes, crumpled them into a ball and tucked it under his arm before returning to his room. He went back to his room and waited until 10:30 before his sister woke up. She stared at the light bags under her eyes and screamed loudly when she was washing up. Little red guy, I have bags under my eyes. I'm going to attend the Golden Horse Awards today. Chin Zhe replied to her, you're asking for it. After lunch, she went back to her room to choose the formal wear sent by her assistant. There were several sets of formal wear sent by the rental company. The formal wear was covered with plastic protective film and had hangers. It would be a huge loss if these expensive dresses were torn even a little. Under Chin Zhe's supervision, Chin Bao followed his advice and chose a blue off-the-shoulder dress. Paired with a platinum necklace and earrings, she instantly transformed from a youthful beauty into a luxurious and sexy beauty. At 2:00 p.m., the Golden Horse Awards opened. The awards ceremony was in the evening, but before that, the celebrities had to walk on the red carpet. After lunch, it started to rain heavily. The last time they came to Taiwan to attend the Golden Melody Awards, it was also raining heavily. At that time, Chin Bao won the Best Female Singer Award and Chin Zhe won the Best Composer Award. His sister, who was sitting in the spacious nanny van, felt that this was a good sign. She happily said, I'll definitely win the Best Actress Award. But it's hard to say if you'll win the Best Actor Award. After all, I sucked your luck last night. You can suck my luck as much as you want. If you can suck something else, I'll be very grateful. Chin Zhe looked out of the window and said unhappily. Chapter 662. Heavy rain as thick as a finger hit the windows, and the windshield wipers swayed wildly. Their vision was constantly blurred, clear, blurred, clear. Because of the heavy rain, the car drove very slowly. The annual rainfall in the eastern part of Taiwan was very rich, accompanied by strong winds. It was not a coincidence that the 2 trips to Taiwan had been rainy. It was a seasonal problem. Therefore, the good omen that his sister had mentioned was actually self-consolation. The 15-minute journey took them half an hour. As they approached the Zhongshan Hall, Chin Zhe saw a shelter set up to block the rain in the square. The organizers had obviously anticipated the change in weather and were prepared. Naturally, the celebrities did not need to be drenched in the rain, nor did the reporters. A small number of fans could squeeze into the shelter, but most of the fans who came to support their idols were not so lucky. They could only hold umbrellas or wear disposable raincoats. Because they were uninvited onlookers, the organizers only arranged for security to maintain order. It was impossible to set up a temporary shelter that could accommodate hundreds of people. The rain was strong, and the umbrellas could only protect their heads from getting wet. Most people's pants and shoes were soaked. The nanny van could not drive into the venue, so it stopped at the edge of the shelter. They would take the sponsor's car into the square and walk the red carpet. 3 assistants immediately got out of the car and opened 2 big black umbrellas to welcome Chin Zhe and Chin Bao. The last assistant was responsible for lifting Chin Bao's skirt. The moment they got out of the car, the fans around them screamed. Some screamed for Chin Zhe, some screamed for Chin Bao, but most of them screamed for Chin Zhe. In terms of fanaticism, female fans were higher than male fans. Whenever they liked a little fresh meat, they would unscrupulously scream and chase after their idols without a care in the world. However, it was different for men. No matter how much they liked baby Qin, they were too embarrassed to act too crazy or crazy. It was also impossible for them to spend too much money and energy chasing after celebrities. This was caused by the difference in social pressure between men and women. People who were not stressed often spent money extravagantly. This phenomenon also occurred among students. For example, if they liked a female streamer, they would spend all their parents' savings. Men, on the other hand, would not do this. They would think that the most they could give was 5 yuan, and no more. Moving bricks was tiring. Another classic example, not even giving me 100 yuan. Therefore, even though Qin Bao's popularity was higher than Qin Zai's, the girls at the scene were so enthusiastic that it seemed like Qin Zai was more popular than his sister. Qin Zai waved at the fans, revealing his usual gentle smile. Qin Zai is the most handsome. His smile is so warm. The internet says that he's the #1 warm man in the entertainment industry. It's true. My maiden heart is so excited. To Taiwanese fans, meeting Qin Zai and Qin Bao is a rare thing. Traveling between the 3 places on both sides of the Taiwan Strait was just like traveling abroad. They had to apply for a pass, and it was even more troublesome for Taiwanese to come over. They needed a Taiwan compatriot certificate from the mainland, but the Taiwanese government did not recognize this kind of certificate. They only recognized a Republic of China passport. Therefore, traveling between the mainland and the mainland was fine, but it was time-consuming and troublesome just to listen to a concert or see an idol. Therefore, taking advantage of the Golden Horse Awards, it was a rare opportunity to meet their idols. Qin Bao and Qin Zai gained an extremely large number of fans in Taiwanese. There was another wave of screams, and the crowd became more and more enthusiastic. The people at the back tried their best to squeeze forward, but the people at the front were pushed back by the security guards. It was like squeezing into a subway, and the people inside were almost squeezed out. They shouted, "This is not the bus to kindergarten, stop squeezing." But the people outside still tried their best to get on the bus. First, the billboard used to block the audience was pushed over. Then, the security guards were pushed through by dozens of times the number of people, and a large number of audience squeezed in. A girl in a bright raincoat in the front row fell to the ground with a plop, soaking wet. "What are you doing? Step back." The security guards gathered and scolded the excited and out-of-control fans. "What are you pushing for? What's so great about security? The girl fell, and you security guards still pushed her. Let's try pushing another one." The audience was not easy to deal with. After being scolded and pushed by the security guards, they immediately fought back. "If you didn't push her, would she fall? Push all of you aside." The security guards were furious. Not far away, many stars in line in the advertising van noticed the movement and turned their heads to look. "What's going on over there?" The security guards and the fans are quarreling. "TSK, Qin Zai's fans are really crazy. It's none of our business. Just watch the show." In the special car, Zhang Yao and Yang Li sat side by side in the back row. It was standard for a male and female team to enter. Yang Li was lucky to work with Zhang Yao several times, and they walked the red carpet together. "There seems to be a situation over there." Yang Li turned sideways and looked back. The reporter has news to write this time. Zhang Yao curled his lips. The result of his handling is nothing more than to scold the security guards and earn some reputation. For example, crazy fans at the Golden Horse Awards clash with security guards because of Qin Zai. Crazy fans causing trouble was a more uncomfortable experience for stars. It's also possible that he won't handle it. After all, this is the organizer's business. Yang Li said, "After all, scolding the security guards will make the organizers feel uncomfortable." The nearby security guards came to help maintain order. The person in charge of security also heard the commotion and rushed over. At this time, the fans and the security guards were still scolding each other. "What's going on?" The person in charge frowned. A security guard explained the situation and whispered, "This group of people is so annoying." After scolding them a few times, they won't let it go and insist on quarreling with you. The person in charge looked at Qin Zhe, who had already walked under the canopy. He frowned unhappily and sighed. He wanted to apologize to the audience and maintain order. These days, the fans' tempers had become worse, but their quality was also improving. If they spoke nicely, order could be stabilized. In the past, the fans were impulsive and blind, and there were often phenomena of breaking the cordon. Therefore, every star had to arrange a lot of bodyguards when they went out. "Are you okay?" He was about to speak when the sound of footsteps and Qin Zhe's voice came from beside him. He didn't know when he had turned back. He held an umbrella in his left hand and a closed umbrella in his right hand. The person in charge turned his head and was about to reply when he realized that Qin Zhe wasn't talking to him. Qin Zhe's gaze fell on the girl who was dripping wet. She was wearing a disposable raincoat. The transparent plastic was stained with dirty water, and even her clothes were soaked. The weather in November was a little cold, and she was shivering. "Are you okay?" Qin Zhe asked again. The girl's face flushed red. She was excited and agitated, and she shook her head vigorously. Qin Zhe didn't say much. He smiled gently at her and handed the umbrella in his hand to her. "The wind is strong, and the rain will slant it to your face. The umbrella is for you." The girl took the umbrella in a daze. Qin Zhe turned his head again and looked at the security guards. When everyone thought that he would criticize the security guards thought so too. Whenever the security guards had a conflict with fans, the celebrities would always protect their fans. However, the security guards felt wronged in their hearts. If they didn't care, they would be scolded for failing in their duties. If they cared, they would still be scolded. Some of the security guards turned their heads to the side, and some lowered their heads slightly. But Qin Zhe just handed the umbrella to one of the security guards, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "You've worked hard." He walked in the heavy rain to the canopy. The security guards looked at each other, and they were a little touched. When they were maintaining order, the audience became well-behaved and didn't continue to be sarcastic. They didn't know if it was the person in charge's apology or Qin Zhe's not really comforting words. "Qin Zhe is so warm. It feels like a spring breeze. Yes, I like him so much." The audience whispered. The security guards looked at each other and whispered, "He didn't scold us. If it were other celebrities, we would have been scolded. As expected of a big boss. His bearing is different." In the special car, Qin Bao took a tissue from the assistant and helped Qin Zhe wipe the rain off his shoulders. It was a pity that the hairstyle he had done for half an hour was disrupted by the rain. The sister teased, "Oh, the central air conditioner is not only warm for women, but also for men. Let's talk about this in private. Don't say it in public." Qin Zhe said angrily, "Otherwise, I won't be able to keep my title as a fast shooter. I'll become a central air conditioner." Qin Bao said sweetly, "Even if you are a central air conditioner, you can't beat me. Sister, you can drive everyone out of the house." Their conversation stopped there. Because the driver was from the organizer and the car was not soundproof, the sister and brother both thought of the sentence, "Walls have ears." While waiting in line, the head of security personally sent a towel. Because of the lack of time, he couldn't do the hair again. Therefore, when the sister and brother, who were the focus of attention in the entertainment industry, walked on the red carpet, the sister was glamorous, while the brother had messy hair. Anyone who had wax on their hair would know that when it came into contact with water, it would become messy, like a chicken coop. Even though Qin Bao carefully combed Qin Zhe's hair in the car, it was not enough to wipe off the wax. Qin Zhe and his sister walked on the red carpet, which was not very long. The reporters on both sides took photos, and the fans cheered in unison. Everyone thought that Qin Zhe's hairstyle was quite unique. The two hosts read their deeds in the past year, box office, movies, and glittering resumes, which formed a legend in the entertainment industry. I think that many years later, these photos taken now will become the material for fans to joke about, the photos Qin Zhe wants to delete the most. Qin Zhe whispered to his sister. "It's quite low. His sister added. Damn it. In his mind, the system cursed out of conditioned reflex. Then it should have reacted, so it ignored Qinze. Chapter 663. Qinze thought to himself, I'm not trying to make fun of you. I just want to chat with you. But the system never bothered to talk to him. It had been a year and a half, and the only time it communicated with him was when it first crashed into his body. When Qinze had more or less understood the mission's mechanics, the system had completely ignored him. Because of this, Qinze mocked it for being a low-level system. A salted fish in the system world. But the system didn't think so. It said that it didn't forget its original goal, to observe the universe. And Qinze, the host, was just a power bank. Other systems treated the host as the backbone, but his system treated him as a power bank. If it was happy, it would chat with you for a while. If it wasn't, it would ignore you for half a month. But this was also good. It was scary to think about doing missions every day. It didn't match Qinze's life goals. The system later told him that when it chose a host, it automatically matched the personality of the host. Thus, it found Qinze. After walking the red carpet, the male host smiled and said, Boss Qin, are you confident about this Golden Horse Awards? Qin Bao Bao teased, are you asking me or him? There was a burst of laughter. After countless stage experiences, his sister's ability to control the situation had become stronger. The female host immediately said, ladies first. Of course, I'm asking you first. Qin Bao Bao thought about it seriously. As a box office gold and the female lead who broke the box office record, I'm very confident. A few celebrities laughed and clapped. The male host turned to ask Qinze. Before I answer your question, I want to ask you a question. Please ask. Do you know who will win the Best Actor and Best Actress award? You're asking the wrong person. The male host said regretfully, although we're all hosts, only the hosts inside have seen the list of winners. The male and female hosts on the red carpet were small-time Taiwanese celebrities. They weren't on the same level as the hosts of the award ceremony. I'm a Buddhist actor, so I'll leave the Best Actor award to fate, Qinze said modestly. The host was not satisfied with this answer and said, that's true. The people who came this time are all big shots, and the nominees are all big shots among big shots. The competition is strong, and even our chairman Qin is not confident. The difference in the atmosphere between the two places was obvious. Taiwanese celebrities liked to tease each other and tease each other. This was a habit of theirs, Taiwanese humor. On the mainland, as long as it was a public occasion, they would never say anything bad. They would either flatter or follow the rules. A variety show like the roasting convention was considered a weirdo. When they first came out, the audience was curious and felt that it was inconceivable. How could a program be recorded like this? Wouldn't celebrities fall out with each other? When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Qinze pondered for a moment and smiled. Who dares to call themselves big shots in front of me? It was true that even directors had to give way to celebrities like them. But no matter how good a director was, he couldn't be compared to Qinze. Not only was he a capitalist in the entertainment industry, but he also had connections in the imperial court. The stars on the stage didn't think there was anything wrong with his words. They knew in their hearts that Qinze was different from them. We're different. Different. Even so, such sharp words still left them stunned for a moment. But as they saw Qinze's teasing smile, they relaxed. The audience didn't think that his tone was arrogant. Instead, they found it interesting. Qinze's achievements outside of the entertainment industry and his thick resume were another reason for his fans to worship him. Rational fans' worship of celebrities came from their looks and the roles they had played. This was a typical on-screen worship. Qinze's fans were slightly different. They were more inclined to worship him personally. They worshipped a legendary figure. Even the little fresh meats fanatics, girls, generally agreed that Qinze was different from the other little fresh meats. Amidst the laughter and applause, the host said happily, then let's wait and see. When the sky turned dark, the awards ceremony began. The Golden Horse Awards was an important award in the film industry. It could increase a celebrity's value and was also an honor. This year's Golden Horse Awards was particularly lively. The lineup of stars was very luxurious. There were many artists from the Hong Kong area who were active in the 80s and 90s. They had traces of time and memories of their youth. Just looking at them made people feel touched. There were long-established artists and outstanding newcomers who had emerged in recent years. The men wore casual suits and were well-dressed. Women wore gorgeous gowns or long dresses that were restrained. In addition to movie stars, there were also singers who were invited to sing on the stage. There were also some staff members who were in charge of the film behind the scenes. At the awards ceremony, there were not only stars. Anyone who loved the entertainment industry would scream when they came here. They would definitely see their favorite stars. When he first arrived at the Golden Melody Awards ceremony, there were also many stars gathered. Even Qin Zhe, who was not obsessed with the entertainment industry, was very excited. Those familiar faces, those singers who only appeared on TV, could ordinary people imagine the scene of being in the same room with them? But today, his heart was still as water. Not only did his wallet grow, but his state of mind also grew. But his original intention of sleeping with his sister would not change. The Golden Horse Awards ceremony officially began. As usual, the highlights of this year's nominated movies were played. Then, the host went on stage. The male host said, "Welcome, distinguished guests, to the Golden Horse Awards ceremony. I am Yao Yilan, the host. In the past year, there has been an endless stream of good Chinese films. This is something that we filmmakers should be happy about." The female host said, "The Golden Horse Awards is a grand event in the Chinese film industry. We are also very happy to be able to award awards to rising stars. I am your host, Tao Wan." Yao Yilan coughed and reminded her, "You said the wrong line." Tao Wan was stunned. "Did I? My name is Tao Wan." Yao Yilan waved the card in his hand. "Rising stars? You can easily offend people like this. Forgive me for being blunt, but everyone here is a big shot." The audience burst into laughter. Tao Wan put her hands on her hips and puffed out her chest. She said proudly, "Think about it again. Is the 47th Golden Horse Awards Best Actress water?" Clatter. There was applause and laughter from the audience. Tao Wan and Yao Yilan were famous artists in Taiwanese, especially the former. In the early 1990s, when the Taiwanese film and television industry was still weak, she used a romantic drama, Sleep in Spring, to become popular from Taiwanese to Xiangjiang, and from Xiangjiang to China. She was also the Best Actress Award winner in the 47th Golden Horse Awards. Yao Yilan shook his head helplessly and said, "But the phrase, rising stars makes me feel very emotional. There are more than 100 new directors and actors who have signed up for this year's Golden Horse Awards. It's a good thing that there are talents in every generation." Tao Wan said, "For example, a pair of siblings who are the focus of attention in the entertainment industry. They are rising stars." Laughter rose and fell. The camera deliberately gave Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao a close-up. Tao Wan said, "Look, even their hairstyles are so good." The laughter in the audience obviously became louder. Qin Zhe was speechless. Yao Yilan said, "Now, let's invite our new nominated directors and actors to come on stage." Accompanied by the music, a total of 10 people went on stage. Almost all of these newcomers were from Taiwan. It was inevitable that there would be regional protection. It was normal. For famous universities like Fudan University and Tsinghua University, the admission cutoff for local students was always lower than for foreign students. This was regional protection. The Best New Director award was the opening award. It was more important than the Best Sound Effects and Best Visual Effects awards. It was lighter than the Best Supporting Actress award, so it was just right. Although many people had not seen the winning works, they were not stingy with their applause and blessings. The Golden Horse Awards ceremony went from light to heavy. After an hour of waiting, they finally welcomed an important award, the Best Director award. The Best Director Award was one of the most valuable awards at the Golden Horse Awards. Together with the Best Film and Best Actor and Actress Awards, they were known as the 4 Golden Horse Awards. Basically, all the A-list directors in the entertainment industry had won this award. There were 5 nominees. 4 of them were very experienced directors. One of them was unknown before this. Tianfeng Entertainment, MOU. Nominated work, A Journey to the West. Ever since he was promoted by Qin Zhe, he jumped from a B-list director to a popular director. He gained both fame and fortune. After the news of Zhen Huan spread, his reputation was pushed to the peak. He was the Qin Zhe of the director world. The screen in the background played the director's self-narration and box office. Compared to A Journey to the West, the other movies paled in comparison. But box office did not mean everything. The Golden Horse Awards were different from the Golden Horse Awards. The former preferred literary films with depth and thought. The Golden Horse Awards did not care about purely commercial films. Therefore, A Certain Wolf too was not even qualified to be nominated. It was not that the Golden Horse Awards thought highly of themselves. It was just that the profession did not match. As for A Journey to the West, it was actually between commercial and literary films. You could say that it was a commercial film because it was very commercial. You could also say that it was a literary film because it was different from the brainless commercial films. Tao Wan, I've seen all the movies nominated for the Best Director Award. They're all worth watching. There are many things that a movie wants to express. You have to watch it a few times to understand it. Especially A Journey to the West. I watched it as a comedy at first. Yao Yilan, but what I saw was a tragedy. Tao Wan, this movie has an indescribable charm. I've watched it 3 times. Every time I watch it, the feeling is different. There are many small details in it. When you watch it for the first time, you don't get it at all. But when you watch it a few times, you suddenly burst into tears. At the same time, Qin Bao Bao said in a low voice, "White gloves. Is it the same as the white gloves that the Wangs talk about?" Among the nominated movies, there was one called White Gloves. At the end of last year, Old Master Wang and Qin Zhe had a short conversation. They had mentioned letting Qin Zhe be the Wang family's white gloves. At that time, Old Master Wang still did not treat Qin Zhe as the Wang family's son-in-law. Otherwise, he would not have said that. However, with the old man's understanding of worldly affairs and his experience, he did not want to break up a couple. Qin Zhe had told his sister about this before. When he heard this, he nodded. That's what it means. White gloves is an industry that has been passed down for thousands of years. It's also called elegant bribery. It has been around since ancient times, and our dynasty is no exception. It's one of the traditional virtues of the Chinese people. Don't spread this around. Mythical beast River Crab is watching us from above. On the stage, Yao Yilan said loudly, then, the winner of the Best Director Award is. He paused and lowered his head to flip through the words in his hand. The Best Director nomination was very important. The previous awards were just appetizers. All the celebrities and film industry employees present knew that. It was only now that everyone's emotions were stirred. Who would win the Best Director Award this year?